um, all of this wonderful material, historical material, photographs, possibly downloading some of that material. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work, but again, it's all going to be librarian. That's her higher education degree, and we're very fortunate to have her, and James being one of our leading tribal historians and college history professors. You know that I can't think of a more capable person or these two individuals to head up these projects. You know, so they're our own people. You know, and so we're doing for ourselves here. So with that, Denise, that concludes my remarks. But I do. Thank you all for being here today, and looking forward to the rest of our program.
And next is Taylor Moore. He's a Pawnee language instructor.
Okay, all right. Okay. Noah, tira stapi wahat, Dr. Taylor Moore, Dr. Kita Kitkahaki, Pita Hawi Dr. Tskiri, Pasuhara Akataka. Chawi, I don't think so. No. But all the other ones we come off of. But I come here talk about the language program. I'm a language instructor. I recently came on as the language full-time language employee, probably April. But I've been a teacher since 2016, and I guess that's my part, is to talk about the language. So I will mention with the upstairs library, we got a grant in 2021, I believe, to create a Pawnee song database. This was the ANA Emergency Language Grant. The whole purpose of this was to, how did COVID affect our language situation? How did that affect? And for us personally, it stopped our classes immediately. We had in-person classes. We had really good core group of people that was coming every week. We had, I think at that time, we had about 20 to 25 every week that we met right here in the museum, which is really good. Those of you who, I see some of my students in the crowd right there, so it makes me feel good. But those of you who don't come to class, to have 25 people come every week is quite an accomplishment. Even a tribe of our size, really small, there's tribes around us locally that don't have that much participation, don't have that much interest in it, but we do. So that's what stopped us. So with this grant, one of the main ideas was probably our four most prominent speakers, we all caught COVID. Thankfully, we all came through it. But I wanted to kind of save this idea for a bigger ANA grant. So the backup idea was, how did it affect our music? What if our language, or what if our Pawnee singers, what if we went the other way? We would have lost so much. So that's what that whole Pawnee database was about, to catalog our songs And trust me, we did 11 categories. I didn't know there was 11 categories of Pawnee songs, but we do. I wrote them down here while I was sitting here. Scout dance, soldier dance, war dance, war songs, skit hockey, ceremony, young dog dance, prayer songs, Native American church, club songs, hymns, and we had one jealous song. So if anybody remembers that, there was an old jealous dance from the 60s. I want to say, if you look in these programs here at the museum, from those first, probably those first 20 programs, they all have a jealous dance. So I asked about it, and we remembered one song, so that category has one song. But with the database, it will be some songs, some selected songs are going to be available in the research museum. You have to come here to listen to them. So no one be hitting me up, hey, can I get a copy of that? No, you have to be here, and you have to listen to them here. How that's going to be set up, we're still in the planning stages of that, but there's going to be a computer up there like Walter had said. So that's where we are at that. We started Pawnee language community classes online on Zoom. So those of you who are out there, those of you in the community right here, let us know when we post it. Right now we're on a little break, but that one we served Pawnee community members or Pawnee tribal members from far east as Hawaii, as far west as Florida. We actually had two that were stationed in Germany, I believe, that signed up. I think they came to the first classes, and then I didn't expect them to be there every week, but they showed up when they could. So you could go as far as east as Germany to Hawaii, where we had Pawnee people taking our classes. We served up to about 40 people each week, which is really a good number. Now that I'm here full time, in the fall, we're going to pick back up with our community classes here. But we're also going to continue our online class. So there's a lot of planning of how that's going to work. So just be prepared. We'll put something out. But I think as far as that's where we're sit right now. We're working with the youth department for their summer camp, the language program. So, I did want to mention what Walter had said about Indiana, University of Indiana. So Douglas Parks from 1960s all the way until the mid-2000s. He worked on the Pawnee language. We have some material, but we didn't have everything. And recently we partnered with Indiana. We went up there about 2 years ago, 2021, I think. And they're digitizing his whole collection that me as a language researcher, as a language learner since 2013, I had never seen. But those just recently became available to us. Right now, they're continuing to digitize it. Someone in my field, that's a gold mine. We're looking at his original notes from speakers from the 50s, from the 60s, monolingual Pawnees, which means they only spoke Pawnee. They didn't speak English. So that's like one of the purest forms of the language that is noted. That he has stacks of notebooks there. So I was trying to tell people that if there was a fluent speaker here today, that's the type of research I would be doing with them. That's kind of already done for us. And we recently got access to some of the audio that went along with it. The audio meaning I have a recorder, and say Lindsay's our first language speaker of Pawnee. I'm hitting record and I'm going over a word list, how to say certain things. An example like, I ran, you ran, he or she ran, they ran. Those different conjugations, I'm hearing them for the first time. I would probably say the Pawnee ears have the first time they're ever hearing those. So I'm excited to see what else we get. They're continuing to digitize them. They're not done yet. But we do have plans later this late summer, fall to travel back up to Indiana to get that for the community. So good things. It's up. It's all looking up from here. So that's what I could say. So I think that's pretty much all on the language part that I would want to say right now. So you're more welcome to ask me questions. Hopefully our students are watching this right now, and I told them that if they see Zach Rice, my colleague there, they see us at the powwow, to come say hi to us, because we're seeing them on Zoom and they're on a little square. Sometimes they don't have their camera on, so I don't know what they look like. So if I walk past you, I'm not being any type of way. Don't be like, oh, this guy's just ignoring me. Just please introduce yourself to us. So I think that's all I want to say right now. So turn it back to Denise. Thank you.
Very important part of our life. And now I'd like to introduce Lindsay Chapman. She's Ski-Dee. She currently is the Associate Project Manager of the Pawnee Nation Digital Archive, Library, and Online Portal Project. She is raised in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. She was born and raised there. She obtained her Bachelor's in History from NSU in 2019 and her Master's in Library and Information Science in 2022.
Hello, Geneva. Geneva. Oh, can you turn the TV on? Yes. Awesome. Okay. Thank you for the introduction, Denise. Oh, okay. Once I'm done, I just present that I'm done, give it back to you, passes it on to you. Okay. So I guess Denise will do that. Denise will do that. Okay. Okay, we're ready. Anyway, I'm Lindsay Chapman. I'm the Associate Project Manager of this IOMLS grant that's titled the Pawnee Nation Digital Archive, Library, and Online Portal Project. I also assist James on the Digital Archive Project, mainly with Merkutu and other little administrative assistances. And I also work on helping to set up the Pawnee Nation Library, which is going to be upstairs on the second floor in front of Herb's office. So today I'm just going to give a brief presentation of the work that we've been doing and a background of the Merkutu portal that we've been working on, which is one of the primary locations where we're going to make information about the Pawnee materials that we've been collecting accessible. Okay. So as James and Walter kind of already went over about our project has been running from 2022 to 2023 under the grant that we're currently under, and it's funded by the IOMLS. And our primary objective is to locate and collect materials and other digitized items related specifically to Pawnee history and culture. And the goal and mission that we want to establish is to create a cultural center to house and document Pawnee history and culture, specifically from a Pawnee perspective. So basically telling our history from with our own voices. And in this project on setting up the Merkutu portal, we've been collaborating with the Washington State University, who is kind of like, that's where Merkutu kind of like came into being. And Merkutu is a open source web platform. It's not specifically really a software, so to speak. It's a website that you can go on online, and it was designed specifically for the needs of indigenous communities to upload historical materials, videos, audio recordings, and other multimedia platforms. And also in our work in this project, we're working with the cultural curation team, which consists of a volunteer group of Pawnee scholars that assist with the project, mainly within their field of expertise in helping to identify materials and helping us set up the criteria for a cultural sensitivity protocol. And they also help give us advice on like how to move forward with our project and what's the best ethical way to make these materials accessible online to the community. So what is Merkutu? As I kind of briefly mentioned before, Merkutu is an open source community archive platform designed specifically to meet the needs of indigenous communities, libraries, archives, or museums. Merkutu is built on a Drupal content management platform, and that's kind of like more like librarian speak right there, but it's a feature set aimed specifically for the needs of indigenous cultural heritage management needs. And part of what makes it more friendly towards like indigenous needs on communities is the traditional knowledge labels. So these TK labels, as they're called, allows indigenous communities to establish their own protocols for access and how to use the cultural heritage items that they think is like best accessible and ethical way of like promoting them out. There's also cultural protocols, which gives the ability to manage user roles in the communities. And there's also community records, which is kind of like the cultural narrative and traditional knowledge, as it's called on Merkutu, but it's basically a historical description. But it allows the option to provide more than just one cultural or historical description on like a specific item. So you can also have a regular description, and then you can have a cultural narrative description that allows us to explain or provide context about this item from like a more Pawnee perspective and how it relates to our history and culture. Okay, so as I mentioned, we want to provide like history from a Pawnee perspective, and we kind of call this like a truth-telling journey. And our goal is to repatriate, educate, and preserve and revitalize our overall history, culture, and language. And we want to humanize, like, for example, the Pawnee students that we've been primarily focusing on making accessible on our portal. And when we tell these stories about these Pawnee students that went to Indian boarding schools, we want to humanize them when they were sent there. Provide, as an example, provide a history of their past, their family, and we also want to highlight their achievements and accomplishments while they were in school. And in our discussions with the cultural community team, we debated whether, like, what information do we want to explain about their history and past, such as the hardships of Indian boarding schools as well. And we kind of decided to go ahead and share the hardships, because then again we can provide an overall history about what happened at these boarding schools and what our relatives went through while they were there. And a part of the cultural sensitivity protocol that we've been establishing and we're just now trying to finalize is like, what is sacred and culturally sensitive information, and what should be shared with non-Pawnees, and what should be accessible to Pawnee use only on our portal. So these are discussions that we've been having for the past year or so about how to make this sensitive information accessible on our Mercutu portal and digital archive. So here's an example of the approach and methodology that we've been using for our Mercutu portal and finding what items or topics that we want to put up there. So for example, we've been working on the Pawnee Indian boarding schools, so that's an example of like the theme or scope that we've been working on. And we've been researching on the Carlisle Indian boarding school, the Shalanko Indian boarding school, Haskell Institute while it was still an Indian boarding school in the early days, and also the Pawnee Agency and the Genoa Indian Industrial School. And some of these materials, they're no longer located, for example, the Haskell students. They're no longer located in the Haskell School or University as it is. So we went all the way, me and Denise and I, we went all the way to the National Archives in Kansas City, where we were able to digitize just some of the 200 students, over 200 Pawnee students that went to Haskell Institute while it was still an Indian boarding school. And we were able to upload what we were able to get to our Mercutu portal. So that was one trip that we recently done, and we're also planning eventually to get student records on the Shalanko students that's located in Oklahoma City at the Oklahoma Historical Society. So we have to like plan around about what we want to research on, where we need to go to get it digitized, and then we have to prepare the travel arrangements to go there to get those materials. And it's a very fun and rewarding project. So for our next steps, this kind of dovetails into the closing statement, but I wanted to go ahead and briefly talk about it. For the next steps, we're going to begin uploading Pawnee materials that is from the Doris Duke collection that was recently donated to us from OU's Western History collection. And hopefully once that can get done pretty soon, because I can work pretty fast. And we also want to finalize the cultural sensitivity project or protocol. I wrote up a draft, and we're still in the process of like adding and editing the draft, so hopefully that'll be finalized pretty soon and get an approval from our community curation team. And also for the research library that's upstairs, I'm going to finish finalizing setting up the Alexandria catalog system for better organizations of the books that we added to the library. And Alexandria is it's a software, and it's also a catalog system that's available online. So once that's set up, you'll be able to see what books that we have in our library online through either your mobile device or through your very own computer, and you can see what we have in our collection that you can come see and check out within the library sometime. And for the library, I plan to order more books and publications more specifically related to the history of Pawnee to the library, but I also kind of want to dovetail into some close relatives of ours like the Arikaras and such, and add it to the library, and maybe a background of like American Indian issues that can dovetail into the needs and issues of the Pawnee community. And another place that we're going to research at is for Pawnee related materials at the National Archives in Fort Worth, and as I mentioned, research at the Oklahoma Historical Society for records on Pawnee Shalanko students. And one of the goals that we want to do later on in our project is we want to prepare interviews and oral histories and stories with members of our community so that we can record interviews and then make those interviews accessible on our Mercutu platform eventually. And that's something that we're really going to work hard on doing pretty soon. So, anyway, thank you for listening to my brief presentation, and here's my contact information, a background on like what traditional labels are and Mercutu, and if you want or need to, you can ask me any type of questions. Thank you for my presentation, or listening to my presentation. And later on today sometime, we're probably going to do a demonstration on another meeting on Marcutia. Oh, here you go, Denise. Thank you.
How about a break for our next? Okay, well, I think we've gone through everyone except you. Are you ready? Are you want to talk to her? Next, we'll have Herb Edson, Cultural Division Director.
Denise trying to cut me off. She said, let's give everybody a break. I said, dang, I'm on the panel too. I said, I know they're just dying to hear me talk, so let me have a minute or two. Just teasing. That goes along with our culture, is our teasing and our kinship. So we could tease, and we know we're not. We could even tease hard as we can, see how far we could push somebody. You know, that's just part of us. You know, but I enjoy that. I enjoy our relationship we have with Audie James and then Lindsay. She's kind of new to our culture, so we kind of tease her some kind of way, and she don't really get it yet. She don't really figure it out. You know, she's new to culture. But when we got this started some years back, Walter said, "Who got anybody in mind for heading this grant?" And Audie was my first choice. You know, got really acquainted with him the last 10 years or so. And boy, he's just really, I got him way up here on what I think a Pawnee man could do, you know. And then even where he is, he's not even around here a lot. You know, he's been all around, done a lot of things. Some maybe he's not even proud of, but that's just part of life, you know. But he's worked his way up to be a professor there at Arizona State University, you know, one of our own, we could say that he did that, you know, one of our own warriors, one of our own that was served during the Vietnam era, you know, one of our own that made his way here through life. And then he has that long family history of the riding in family, you know, they're all part of our culture, always been there for us. So when he started telling me different stories about things that I was learning more about our culture, our history, I said, boy, this is the guy I want. So I told Audie, Walter, this is who I want. This is who I want. If we could talk him into it, because he had just retired. That was the other thing. He had just retired, and he thought he was going to kick back and be a grandpa all the time and just leave everything alone. But he said, okay. And then like a lot of us, when we get a little bit older, well, some health issues come about, and some real hard health issues that come about him, but he's put them aside. He's worked through it, and he continues to be here for us. So I'm thankful for him. And then with that, he said, well, who you want to be the assistant? I said, well, we'll just open it up for applications. I said, but what I want is somebody that's Pawnee. I want a Pawnee in here that's gonna. We don't need another tribe or non-Indian doing Pawnee things. And so that's when I first heard her name, Lindsay Chapman. Tequero. Who's that? You know, and they said, "Oh, that's Carol. Yeah, oh, that's her niece. Oh, okay." So I said, "Well, who do you belong to? You know?" "Oh, my dad is Tommy." I said, "They used to call him Tommy Dale." I said, "That's the name I remember." I said, "Yeah, okay, all right." And then we try to figure things out, you know. So she come aboard, and like I said, she's new, she's educated. She graduated from Oklahoma University. One of those kind of new graduates that she graduated from OU, but never even been on the campus. We went down there a few years ago on the archive things, and she was looking around, and the first time she had been on the campus, but she had a degree from OU, so we kind of give her heck on that, you know. But anyway, so we're thankful that she did it, and I don't understand all the work, all the technology, and all how that archive thing works. You know, that's why I have to have them do that. I don't understand it. I don't understand the cloud. It's in the cloud and all that, and but all that's going to happen for us, you know. And then recently we had another position, the newer grant, which is an extended of the old grant, and that's when we hired Denise. And she just heard about it. She was asking me, hey, what about this? What about this? I said, it hasn't opened up, Denise, but as soon as it does, I'll let you know. Oh, what about it? Boy, I want to retire. I want to retire from IHS. I said, well, go ahead. She said, no, I want to retire and work over here. So, all right. I said, Denise, we're ready for you. She sent her application in. I don't know who else applied, but I told Eddie James about it, and he interviewed her, talked with her, and he brought her aboard. And so Denise, we all know her, a lot of energy. You're going to give 100% what she's doing for. So we're thankful for her. And then same thing with Walter and his leadership. And I know Walter has a lot of connections. That's why he was giving those names that we maybe we didn't hear about, nobody knows about. Susan Feller and all these real big shots. But I was with them at that. He was talking about that ATOM conference. I was with them a few years back, and he introduced me to all his cronies, all those big shots there. Names I just heard, Suzanne Harjo and Richard West and Della Warrior, all those guys, all those big shots. And there I was, my little high school education, about sitting there eating dinner with them. They were sipping on wine and just talking and all that. And here I was, with my glass of water and just looking at them. And wow, all right, I'm in. I'm way up here there for a little bit, So I'm thankful for him, for Eddie Walter, what he's doing here for us. And then nephew Taylor, him and nephew Zach, they come aboard, and I try to say how much the language means to them, but it even means more to them. I think I got a grasp of it, but it even means more to them. When he goes home in the evening, it's like his language is still there. He's still working on it. When we were shut down, him and Zach continue to work on it. That's the love that they have for our people. What they want. They got this almost like a calling. That's what they want to do is get our language and keep it and let our folks know about it. Give our folks an opportunity if they want to try and preserve our language best they can. And so that's what they've been doing. And so we kind of like it. We kind of like the way they teach. We don't have to feel like we're embarrassed or anything like that, because we all know these fellows when they were just little bitty boys, young kids. Well, now he's one of our real staunch leaders that our young people can see as a role model. Just a simple Pawnee boy, simple little black bear, And then he wanted to sing. So me and my brother, we took him around, him and the other boys, and now he's one of our accomplished singers, And then even went on with that, He started getting interested in making drums. Now, a lot of tribes around here, when they want to drum, who they see, they say, there's a guy over there in Pawnee, Taylor Moore, Jordan Moore. And those older singers, hey, there's this guy over there named Taylor Moore. Do you know him? Yeah, I know him. Well, we want a drum. We said, that's the guy we got to go see. I said, yes, sir. That's the guy. He's number one. I would say right now in Oklahoma, he's number one drum maker. So he's got that. He's got that. And then he's not lazy about things. So he's one of our men cooks for the veterans. So he's out there all the time in the morning on our dances. He's there. And then we have our Earth Lodge. We have summer youth. And he's been teaching them, trying to teach these two youngsters that we have about our culture, about our language. And then we try to make a fire in the Earth Lodge every week or so. So he's been shown how to make what we call an Indian fire. We showed him. And then yesterday he showed him with the flint. Striked it. That was keen. I've always heard about it, never seen it. And here him and those young boys did that. Those are the kind of things that are invaluable, that you're not going to learn on the anything else. We have a book or anything like that. So we're fortunate to have him, thankful to have him. And so I just wanted to say that. And then the CRD, which is the Cultural Resource Department, it has this. It's is over the museum here, which we have a strong museum board. It's just now got like updated with different folks in there. But I know Miranda Dew, she's in charge of that. She's the president. And they're having an event tomorrow, I think about the same time, about 10 till noon tomorrow in here. I'm not sure everybody that's on it. I know Dottie Pat is on the board, Carlton Gover. Anyway, there's like 5 of them. I want to say Matt, but his term just expired, and then Maggie, but I think her term just expired. But anyway, that Gwen, I think Sister Gwen's still on there. So that's the museum board. And then we have the language, which is Taylor and nephew Jared Canujo. They're the ones that are full-time. And then he has contract workers, which includes nephew Zach, and then Ileana, and then Russell Sunigo. So that's his crew. And then we have the NAGPRA, which is the Native American Grave Repatriation Act. That was one of our founding folks here that got that started, Mr. Echo Hawk. Well, we have that here. We've had it for about, we kind of had it, and it was headed by my late uncle Moose. There was just like a repatriation, what they called it then. But now we got the NAGPRA position, funded by a grant, and that's headed by Marty, only a chief. And then we have our Tribal Historical Preservation Office, TIPO. It's funded by a grant, and that's Matt Reed. So all those folks, everybody I mentioned, all college educated somehow. Everybody but me. So why am I the director? I don't know, but I'm thankful for it. So don't spread that around. The director is not even a college graduate. But anyway, so I'm thankful for everybody here. I just want to maybe just give a small little update on the homecoming that people have been asking me, and my phone just keeps going off on this, But we know about the passing of one of our folks here, and so the Veterans decided we're going to start Saturday night. So that's when the homecoming will start. So anything you might think of that was today, or tomorrow, or Saturday morning, that has been, anything that the veterans had control of, we're not going to have that, which will be the parade, the Hawk Chief, all those things, and we won't have those. But Saturday night we'll start the powwow, and then all day Sunday, and then that's it. We're not going to go into Monday or Tuesday or whatever. And that's the decision of our leaders there, our veteran leaders. So our president is a combat veteran, so we need to support them. We need to support them in this difficult time. What they want to do, we need to support them as our Pawnee people. Stand behind them. Whatever they decide, we need to go along with them. And so that's what we want to do. Just want to give you a quick update on it because people have been asking me. So with that, I turn it back to Denise. If she wants to take a break, or whatever that was on her mind. So Denise, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Let me get your card. Okay, next I'd like to introduce James Writing-In, Dr. James Writing-In. He's Pitahawidat. He graduated from Haskell Indian Junior College and at the Associates at Fort Lewis College with the bachelor's, and UCLA is a master's in American Indian Studies and a PhD in history. He's a retired Arizona State University professor, and he is the project manager for the Pawnee Nation Digital Archive Library and Online Portal Project. And I'm sorry, I thought you already spoke. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, this is a community engagement event, and sometimes, we just do things with the flow. Like the next panel, we don't know how many people are here yet, and how many are going to show up. But we'll make do one way or the other. And if we do need to fill a slot, we would appreciate if someone from the audience wouldn't mind coming up and filling in. So keep that in mind. That's how flexible we are. Okay. As Herb mentioned, I've gone through some medical issues, and on Tuesday mornings I take a a medication that keeps me up until Wednesday night. And I can work constantly, almost 24 hours through that period, because it's got meth in the name, that drug I take, and it kind of keeps me going, so I call it messing around day. But I get a lot of work done during that time period. And then I sleep like a log, like I did last night. But my title is about a personal journey, because this history is personal to us. It was handed to us. We had no say about who we were going to be when we were born. It's just a random act. But we were born into a place, we were born into a culture. And it's important to know that our place, our culture has been endangered by the threat of European expansionism. And that's what we're recovering from, is years and years of policies that were designed to take our land, to take our language, to take our culture without our consent. And now we want to rebuild. We want to rebuild, using our traditional technology, our traditional knowledge, and modern technology as well. So that's why we have all this good equipment here to help disseminate information about what we're doing and get more people engaged. So that's why, to me, this is a personal journey. It's been that way ever since I started developing a consciousness. And one of the most important people in my lives is my father. And today was his birthday. He was born in 1916 in this gas station, or it used to be a house, right across the street here. That's where he was born. So, it seemed like when we were kids, every time we'd go by there, this is where I was born, He'd always tell us about different places around here, take us to the boarding school where he stayed, where he helped build that wall down there when he worked with the retainage wall in that arroyo down by the agency with the CCC Corps, the Indian CCC Corps. So, for me, it's personal. When we heard about the dormitory, his experiences growing up there in boarding school, he didn't speak English until he went to school. When he was about 7 or 8 years old, he was taken from his great-grandmother, Lottie Fancy Bear, Lancy Walking Bear Fancy Eagle. And she had actually came down from Nebraska, one of the people, and she, of course, was monolingual. And he was thrown in a boarding school situation there. He showed us the dorm where he stayed. And I'd like to just interject this one thing. I think that mud lodge that is situated there is just a perfect location because it shows our survival from the genocide. And that's really important that we let people know we're still here. We're not going anywhere. And we're going to continue to make our presence known. We're going to reestablish our identities as much as we can based upon, what we know and what we can retrieve from the journal. And a lot of that is what came from my father. His father was Frank writing in. His mother was Frances Smith writing in. They were both products of Gravy U. Frances went on to Chilocco, where she seemed to be miserable a lot of the time. But she got through the school. She was considered one of the best educated Pawnee women, and that's in one of the notes by the agency, or the agent at the time. And what was she trained to do? Clean houses for white people. She went to all that training, all those years of education, where she could be domestic help for white people. And I think that's how she sustained herself for a while. But she died shortly after giving birth to my father. My sister Marilyn is here and also, so she knows this history. And then up at Frank married Ethel Wilson, who was actually born in a camp down along the Cimarron River in 1904. So my dad was mostly raised by his great-grandmother, Lottie Walking Bear Fancy Eagle. My grandparents, great-grandparents were Major Smith and Jenny Smith, and they both died young. And they had 5 children, so they were mostly raised in boarding schools after that. So, this is a history when our people were dying, dying off. We nearly vanished. Our population declined to around 600 around the turn of the century. It's kind of perhaps ironic, or maybe not, that our culture began to recover, or not our culture, but our population began to recover after our people started ghost dancing. And that was one of the intents of ghost dance, was to bring back the people. So maybe there's a correlation there. I like to think so. So, my father was actually born as a ward of the government, as many of our people were. They didn't have rights. The money was taken from them, these IIM account monies. And I've got slides on that. I'll show. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. But before I talk about that, let's talk a little bit about this painting. This is one that was done by my aunt, Marlene, writing in Mamiya. And it's of a doctor's dance. She went to school here at Gravy and was taken out of school when her sister Clarice contacted spinal meningitis and died. So she was taken out of school, placed down in the school at Council Valley, and she hated it there, going to school with all those little farm kids. It made it really rough on her, I think. And my grandfather also took her brother out of school, who was Frank, or Bob writing in. And he hated it down there too, and he ran away to come back to boarding school. So kind of a situation that is kind of crazy. But that's just the way it was at the time. But Marlene was very interested in art. She couldn't learn to paint at Gravy U or at Chilocco. But when she went to Bacone, that's where she took up painting. And her first painting won a prize. And up at Frank was really upset with her because we're South Band, and she did one of Skeety. And he said, this is not our people. And you did something from our research, you researched it from books. Those books are wrong, so I'll tell you what goes in that. So this painting is based upon what he told her from his experiences as a doctor, as going to doctor dances. And his father, William, was a doctor. So, this is one way that we can empower our people, is with our images that created by our artwork. And, it's knowledge that we're obtaining. We're healing. We're healing from the historical trauma that we were experienced, that our people have gone through since the arrival of the Europeans. So a lot of the problems within our communities are caused by these situations that we had no control over. But with research that's being done, with our coming together and talking about this issue, we're realizing that a lot of this stems from the colonization that happened to us. So we're trying to decolonize our minds, and we say if you decolonize your minds, your rear end will follow. So that's what we're trying to do, is to do those things. So I've talked about we've talked about the IML grants, the Doris Duke Fund. I'd also like to acknowledge that OU, Lina Ortiz, provided our project $4,000 that's bought part of the food today, and that's for working with the Doris Duke Foundation funds with her. So we're really appreciative of this. And we end on August 31st, and sustaining this program is the real challenge. If we don't get a grant, then what are we going to do? And it'll probably be volunteer work, and that's what we're looking for, is community people to volunteer to help on it, help out with this project if we need be. So like I talked about earlier, confronting manifest destiny history. That's what we're doing. The way that the Europeans colonizers considered us was savages, lazy, worthless, filthy, dirty savages that had no place in the world. They were the superior people, and we were the inferior people. So if you read this, a lot of these government agent reports, the writings of 19th century historians, even into the 20th century, that's how we were projected, as subhumans. And it's still there, believe it or not, but oftentimes it's in coded language. So, we have to keep on top of these situations so we can challenge these people every step of the way. We were not vanishing, we're still here. We're recovering, we're strengthening ourselves through our knowledge, through our commitment, and through our good work. So this is what I was talking about, wardship, when I said my father was born into wardship. How did wardship begin? Well, it began with a Supreme Court decision Cherokee Nation v. Georgia in the 1830s. And, the case was about sovereignty of the Cherokee Nation. And what the Supreme Court decided is that the Cherokee Nation was not a foreign nation under the Constitution. It was not a state under the Constitution, but we were domestic dependent nations living in a state of pupillage like a guardian with his ward. So who's a ward in U.S. society? Incompetent people. So as federal policy became further developed and more anti-Indian, the federal government began to treat us like wards of the government, taking away our rights, taking away our ability to make our own decisions because they thought we were too stupid, too incompetent, and we're only concerned about the present and not the future. So, they rationalize their acts of genocide through their racism. And so this is why I call this slide From Freedom to Wardship. Wardship came about, it was most heavily began when our people were still in Nebraska following the 1857 treaty. Our leaders never consented when they accepted schools that they would eradicate our way of life. They just saw it as an acceptance of something that would help us adopt to the modern world, I think. And but the way that these colonizers did it was to treat us as this was something that justified them to subject our children to harsh punishments in schools. Punishment for speaking our languages, punishment for saying prayers in our language, punishment for doing Indian things, trying to separate our culture, trying to take away our identity. So as I mentioned, my mother died young, and Lottie claimed him. The way that my Aunt Marlene explained it is that in traditional culture, the grandmothers or great-grandmothers could claim a child, usually the oldest one, and raise that individual. So that's what she did. But they were impoverished at the time. These IIM accounts were established because the federal government decided we were too incompetent to manage our own monies. We'd just use it for feasts, celebrations, and things like that. Well, what's wrong with that? I think that's perpetuation of culture. But when they established this program, guardians were assigned to oversee our people, and they had total control over who got these monies that was placed into these accounts. So if you can read that, they had to go to the agent who would go to the guardian and ask for money to help raise the kids. So like this one, it's $20 for a period of a year, so it came out to a little over $1,000. And this was a yearly routine. Our people, like my great-grandfather, he was a chief, he was a doctor, he was a very influential man, but he was considered incompetent. And to leave the reservation, like at one time they went to Massacre Canyon in the late 1920s, they had to get permission from the federal agent to go. So that's how much control they had over our people. And I think the last reference I see him to being a ward was 1938. So many of our people were considered wards up until that time. So, how does wardship hamper us? It's something that, takes away our ability to do things, our ability to make our own decisions about our own future. So our project, we've talked about this a little bit, Walter and others, but, we want to collect as much digitized data as we can. Our data that's already digitized, and it's not digitized, we want it digitized. And there's massive amounts of data in archives throughout the United States and also in Europe. So we're extending to Europe also to try to get back materials that are related to our people. Field notes, one of the first targets for our collection efforts was the Autry Museum in Los Angeles because it holds the George Bird Grinnell collection. Have any of you read Pawnee Hero Stories? Like Brother Dottie, my Dottie here, we're talking about that one time. That's one of the first Pawnee books we both read, and it inspired us. to do a lot of this work. And a lot of what he wrote was based upon interviews of Pawnees he collected here in 1889. And he conducted a lot of different interviews. And those were taken back to wherever he was, but they ended up in the Southwest Museum in Los Angeles. And when that closed, they were transferred to the Autry Museum. So this is a rich record of documents. And we contacted them, and they said, yeah, we'll do it for you. They didn't want to talk money. They said, we'll do it for you. So we've gotten probably 100 or so digitized documents back from them, and they're still doing some more because it's slow work to digitize these documents. We went out there last year ago, August, and Herb and Lindsay, and we identified other sources that we want digitized. So it's hard work, but we're finding that we're getting a lot of good cooperation from these people. And when we were first started out doing NAGPRA, we'd go to these museums, these repositories. They'd look at us as, what are you doing here? Why do you want your remains back? Why do you want information about your people? And we changed these museums through our insistence that, these ancestors are ours. We have a right to the documentation that are in these facilities. So we've made systemic changes in situations that were once deplorable, I think, to us. We were welcome to come to museums to look at our ancestors' bodies on display. How offensive can that be, They think they're honoring us that way, and that's how they presented it. Preserving our history? No, you're satisfying your ghoulish curiosity, basically, is what we saw it. So, yeah, we're trying to download and preserve documents. Preserving, is having documents in more than one place. We're going to have them here. We're going to have hard copies, and probably, like Herb was saying, in the clouds somewhere. That internet technology. But we're trying to get a server set up, and it's hard work. We're working with the Pawnee Nation, and it's slow, frustrating for us to work with the Pawnee Nation at times because we're considered contractors and not real people in the Pawnee employee perspective, I think, at times. But we hang in there. It gets a little demoralizing, but we keep plugging away and doing the best we can. Western History Collection has also been very good to us. They ask for some funds, which is good because we have money in our grant to cover some of the digitizing costs. And Indiana University, that's a big one that was mentioned several times. And we've got an MOA that we drafted, that Walter and I drafted, and we're still waiting for it to be signed. This by them. And we've added one other provision. We found out that when Lindsay and I were there to discuss this agreement, that our cultural items had been poisoned with pesticides. And this was a common practice of these museums, was to put poison on items to prevent insect infestations, not realizing, I think, that the harm that they could have to people. So we want that university to mitigate that situation. We want them to try to detoxify those items so we can have access to them. Some of them probably fall under NAGPRA if the Pawnee Nation ever decides to decides to repatriate those objects. We don't want to bring something back that's going to be harmful to our people that could create disease. So a lot of issues we have to be aware of and deal with when we do this kind of work. And so, part of the collection, digitizing and preserving, is, is materials held in family hands, photographs, documents. Before the Pawnee Nation didn't have a real archive system. A lot of the things were sent to the federal archives, but a lot of things that our tribal leaders kept. And I understand that, like when George Roberts was a tribal leader, in the house he had little boxes and boxes of materials, and that house, I think, deteriorated. So what happened to those materials? And so, we would like to get things like that back, to digitize them, to help record our history, to preserve this knowledge, to empower ourselves with that. And we want family stories. We want to conduct interviews, and would like to even to start this as soon as next week. So if any of you want to be interviewed about your experiences growing up Pawnee, stories you might want to share on the video, we'd appreciate that as well, because this will become community knowledge. We can share it with everyone. that has a right to see it. So, we've been, as Lindsay mentioned, we were focused on boarding schools. The last few nights I've been working on Chilocco, looking at all the documentation there. You can go and look at the grades of your relatives who went to school there. Your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents. I didn't know they kept those records like that. And my dad, before we get to that, I'll go. The schools, the first one, these are the federal schools set up, was a one at Pawnee Mission that was short-lived when our people were in Nebraska under the 1833 treaty. And just that impacted very few Pawnee students. And then the next one was that manual labor school set up on the reservation at Genoa. And that treaty called for compulsory education of our children. And the federal government would provide 2 boarding schools and several day schools, and never fulfilled those requirements fully. But they tried to fulfill the requirement of keeping our kids in school. And if parents refused to send their kids, then their rations or annuities would be cut off. So, coercion was used because there was a lot of fear of the white man education, and, fear of what could happen to our culture, I think, if our people become too immersed in non-Indian ways. And then when removal occurred, that school was transferred down here to the reservation, and that was closed in 1857. And there were several short-lived day schools that were established. But these schools function under the philosophy of kill the Indian, save the man, or kill the savage, save the man. Various interpretations of that. And this is an iconic picture of all these kids that were taken to Carlisle Indian School beginning in 1879. And there were 4 Pawnee students that were a part of that group that went, one from each of our 4 bands. And some of them died there. Haskell, Chilocco, Phoenix Indian School, a number of our students went there, and of course at Gravy U. And it's a challenge to find the location and a lot of those information about Gravy U. But here's an example of the suppression that went on of our language. At boarding schools, you couldn't send out any mailing with Indian words on it. And a few months ago, I gave a presentation at William and Mary College as a part of a session on boarding schools. And when I was there, one of the young women that was working with one of my former students who invited me to speak came across this postcard and wanted to know if we could interpret the words on it. And I couldn't even see the words. Taylor, would you like to say something? Because we got Taylor to help interpret what that meant, what those words meant. Noah? Yeah. Sugar. Yeah. Remember XICUH?
Yeah, we don't have an X sound.
Yeah.
They could be saying jitsu.
Yeah.
That's what I'm assuming. Like, you're okay. All right. Okay, you just put me on the spot here. Okay. Well, the Nawa, right, is our greeting, our acknowledgement. XI, I've never seen that, but I'm assuming they're saying jitsu, which is kind of like a. I wouldn't even know what to say. It's something about your heart, your feelings. It's also a word you could use for your kid, like a little nickname, I guess. Sugar, sweetie, something like that. So that's what I would assume, but I can't read that cursive handwriting right there. So but that's the best I could do. Short notice.
Yeah, so this was sent, I think, from a student from Chilocco to one at Carlisle, and it never got mailed because of those 2 words on there. So that's how they were trying to suppress our language. So I had to share that with you today, this little postcard. I'm sure that those, I don't know if any of the ancestors of these individuals are still around, but it was interesting to see this. Gravy, where all of our, most of our parents, grandparents, and their parents went to school. there were several studies done on it and reports that I came across. And there was one in a 1897 report that considered Gravy U the finest Indian boarding school in Oklahoma. And it was based upon, largely upon the setting, some of the propaganda probably that was used to present the school as being important and significant. And the graduates, William Pollock, and another one, artist, I think his last name was Moore. I'm drawing a blank on his first name right now. But the story presented, is that the prettiest locations for boarding school. It is a beautiful location over there on the banks of the Black Bear. The children are happy, content, well-dressed, well-fed, and happy, with few runaways. I think that's a stretch. How can you be happy when you're getting the crap beat out of you for speaking your own language? Being restricted, marching to chow, marching everywhere you go, doing things by the sound of bell, being forced to work in these jobs. And the schools are self-sufficient, but why? Based upon Indian child labor exploitation. So cheerfully carried out assignments. Male students take care of horses, cows, barns, playgrounds, and that's what my dad said, that he was one of his details was in the dairy when he was at school there. Harmonious relations. I'm sure there were positive relations, but this is just the way that the non-Indians tried to present these schools of genocide, was that they were good places. And it's something that we had to inherit and live with. And here's some pictures of Gravy U students, and that's one of the things that we'd like to do with our project, is to identify these students. Fortunately, this photograph had names on the sides, so everyone but one person was identified. So I put their names down. The one at the top on the left side, that was my dad's mother, Frances Smith, who went here and then went to Chilocco. Actually married a Carlisle graduate. He died. She had a baby. The baby died. Then she married my grandfather, and then she died within a year. So that's that time of death what I'm talking about. And the next one below her, it's Kaylee Tilden. I think it's hard to read this cursive writing. I'm not sure if that's her name. I put a question mark by it. Then Mary Weeks, Emma Lone Chief, in the top side, Mary Lone Chief, unknown. Then one of the Good Foxes, it looked like Rinda, R-I-N-D-A, the writing. And the last one, Rapui, I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. I think she came from the guitar family. So that's her at the bottom. So, a lot of these photographs from these schools, they're unidentified. And we'd like to identify these people. And who can do it? Those who are descendants of those who went to school here. So here's, I talk about the attack that went on our children. I talked about a lot of these things. But in the 1930s, with the Indian New Deal, the boarding schools began to change. There was more acceptance of Indian culture, more of an attempt to incorporate Indian history into the curriculum. But still, the overall agenda was assimilation of our people. So, the punishments lessened, but they didn't go away. One of my uncles said that in the 1960s, he was one of those individuals that was handcuffed to those pipes there at Chilocco. So those abuses still went on. These boarding schools did help train new generation of leaders who are competent in non-Indian and also in a large degree Indian ways, because as much as they tried to stamp out our culture and our identities, they failed. So, it's a testament to our resiliency that we're still here to talk about these things. Genocide, but the students participate in sports, a band, singing, chorals. They learn skills. They wanted to use our knowledge to advance indigenous rights, maintain their cultural identity, retain languages, cultures, beliefs. And there was ways that they responded to injustice was to desert, was to run away. And this is something I found that in the Chilocco newspaper called the Indian School Record that my dad wrote, but others wrote exactly, almost particularly the same thing, but they just kind of put their own little experiences in there. So, they all said they belong to the Pawnee tribe, their age, and my father said he lived in the country near Pawnee. He said, I attended Pawnee Indian School, and then I went to Chilocco, where I stayed a while, then I came back to Pawnee Indian School. Well, that's coded saying he went up there and he ran away. And according to what he told us, he ran away 3 times. And his dad took him back to, and the 3rd time, he let him stay here in Pawnee. But he went back to Gravy, and then he was raised by lived with the Bahale family, Daniel Bahale, here in Pawnee, where he went to high school. And by this time, a lot of our Pawnees were going to high school. They weren't in boarding school. So, and this is a picture of his class, the 8th grade class that he was in after he ran away from Chilocco. That's him at the bottom. Fortunately, all these people are identified in this. But he also said that, they were in the Boy Scout troops. His hobby was tennis. Someone said their hobbies was horseback riding, and all of them said they planned to go to college. But at the end, they all said they all wanted to be a carpenter or a farmer, domestic help. So although they had the aspiration of going to college, they were trying to keep that low expectation of Indians in there of being only capable of working with their hands. That's how I interpret that. But anyways, I think I'm out of time. We want to take a little break before the next one. But before I do that, a couple of notables. Here is a picture of Benny McIntosh from Chilocco. He was a champion boxer. He helped start the boxing club there. He was my dad's mother's sister was his father, so he was my dad's brother, Indian way, and so he'd be my uncle. And here's a picture of William Pollock at Haskell with his stepfather. He was called Kickahawk George, and William was my grandfather would be a great grandfather. Major Smith was his half brother, so he had been my grandfather as well. And he developed quite a he was like a rock star there at Haskell. It seemed like any time he did, it made the press. So our Indian students made a lot of press coverage in those years. And then he joined the Rough Riders, went to Cuba, came back with malaria, and died in 1899 at a young age. Anyways, we have a rich history. We need to tell our stories. We need to use these stories to empower our people, and we all need to buy into what we're doing. With that, we will turn it back over to Denise, who's anxious for a break for us.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rodian. I was just trying to make time for our next panel, and they're here now if you all would like to take a break, or do you want to just go on with the panel? Okay, we could take a break, maybe make a drawing. Okay, I'll make a drawing. Hold on. session here for the panelists, our second panelists. And if y'all want to have a seat. Okay, our next panelist is Morgan Littleson. He's Kitkahaki Chief of the Nasharo Council. Thank you. Okay, Morgan. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Noah. Noah Akitaro. Tatasada Sakura Kirapaski Kitkahaki Nasaro. Kikadus to each and every one of you this morning. My name is Morgan Littleson. I'm representing the Kitkahaki Band and Pawnee Nation here. So I'll say good morning to each and every one of you. It's good to see you. And thank my sister Denise here for inviting me over here to say a few words on behalf of my upbringing here amongst the Pawnee Nation. I was born over here in 1960 over here in this Indian hospital. And then my folks lived over in Osage County over Ponca City, so that's where I was, my first part of my life started. My dad is full-blood Pawnee, Kitkahaki. My grandparents was Jim and Lucy Littleson, Kitkahaki. And then my grandma Lucy, she was a Morgan. So her dad was Tom Morgan. So that's who I come from over here on my Pawnee side. And then I'm also through my mother, I'm Oto, Arkakita, and then I'm also from the Ponca Nation over there and the Roy family. So in my upbringing, then I was raised over in Ponca City over there. I went to McCord School until I was in the 6th grade over there, and then I was around my Ponca people over there. But then summer times, Pawnee powwow, I was here. So I played on the Black Bear Creek down there, and then I've been up there, and I got my initials carved in the Saddle Rock up there. Maybe some of you don't know about it. Maybe some of you do. So I have history over here, even though I wasn't raised as over here in my younger days. And then, but I came over here, and then on weekends through this Native American church in the Pawnee chapter, and so we was over here every weekend. And my grandparents lived out here at the Y, and so they had a lot of Native American church ceremonies there, and so that's where I spend a lot of my time and weekends. But I had also one of my really close brothers was George Haskell, and Lanita Haskell, but then she was Creeping Bear, and so I was always over there, and I would spend the weekends with them and my cousins. So we were all over here in Pawnee, played all over and was all around. And so so after 6th grade up there in Ponca City and McCord, then we moved to Red Rock over there where I was amongst my Oto people. And so we were there 2 years, and I got to be a Red Rock Rocket over there before it became Frontier where it is now. And so got acquainted with all my Wodies over there and my friends and relatives. And then we moved over here after my sisters graduated high school over there in Red Rock, and so that was the reason we moved there, was to so they could graduate and finish school. And my grandparents had passed on over there, Harrison Whitehorn, Ethel Whitehorn, and so so there we moved over here to Pawnee. So I was in junior high when I came over here. And then I had a horse. We rode horseback all the time over at Red Rock, so I didn't know what a saddle was. We bareback all the time. So when we moved over here, my dad told me, son, you're gonna have to sell your horse or give it away or something. We can't take it. We have no way to get it over there, So I said, no, Dad. I said, man, that's that's my friend. I said, I can't, I said, no. He said, we can't haul it. We can't take it. We have no way, so. So I went to see Mom. Hey, Mom, I said, Dad's trying to make me get rid of my horse, so I said, let me ride my horse over there, I could ride it. He said, son, that's a long way, I said, Mom, talk to this guy, tell him, I'll ride him over there, I don't care how long it takes, but, I'm not leaving my horse. So she talked to him, and I said, well, we're going to be driving back and forth, hauling stuff, getting moved over there to Pawnee. Okay, all right then. So I rode my horse when I came to Pawnee, Oklahoma, bareback. I rode a horse from Oklahoma all the way over here, So that's how I came here to Pawnee. And then, so it's been good, So I went to school over here and then got more acquainted with our Native American church and then our powwow and then, our Gitka hockey ceremony, young dog dance, and, so I was in ceremony when there was nothing but Pawnees in there and they talked nothing but Pawnee language. They didn't speak English. They didn't, they had real powerful ceremonies here amongst our nation here, and we have these different fireplaces. So our prayers was, really strong, and then the way that their faith was so strong, it was unreal. And so a part of that was they had the teepee standing out here in the Y at my grandparents' home. And I didn't find this out until years later that Ralphie Heyman, he was in that teepee too. Because I tell people, they don't believe me, oh, I don't know about that. But there was a tornado come through, and I mean, it was so loud inside there, and the fire would just literally blow it out, and then it would come back up, and then the ash was kind of moving around, and then our old relatives, our folks, they burned cedar, and they pray, So they just steadfast right there. They didn't move. They just prayed through it. And that tornado, the path of it, it came over, it jumped over that teepee, and it kept going. So my grandparents, they had this longhouse over there. It's just a big old long house made out of wood. It's set on cinder blocks. So that tornado came through. When it went over the top of that teepee, it picked up that house. The door was facing west, kept all of the dishes, they use in porcelain dishes and bowls, to serve food in, old way, they set a table, you ate, then they came, busted down there, wash all the dishes, reset it, all that, So all of them glassware, all of that, the camping goods, all that was inside this longhouse. So that tornado lifted that thing all the way up. My relatives turned it all the way around, faced the door east, set it back down on them cinder blocks. Some of them the cinder blocks was moved around a little bit. They weren't, just in line like they were in the beginning, the way it was made and built. And that was the only thing. There was nothing busted on the inside of there. Had glassware, all of that, Nothing was broke in there. So that tornado went and jumped over that teepee and went on. Tore up a lot of things out there. But that's that's a true story. You got to see that and be a part of that. And then the prayers in there is powerful. Those of you may not know about that religion there. It's real old traditional. You get on your hands and your knees. You pray on your knees. You sit on your knees all night, rain, hail, sleet, or snow. Been through it all. The prayers go on, the faith, we're sacrificing our comforts, our bodies for somebody, our people to be better, to be well, ourselves. Help us, Creator God, like that. So make them kind of prayers, put that faith in there, and miracles happen. So that's just a little bit of it, that I've seen here. And then this past Father's Day weekend over there, I went over to sit over there in Manford with my uncle Johnny George and his family over there, So he is one of them elders that are still remaining that can tell me about my grandparents, what they did, the power in the fireplace they took care of, my folks, our family bloodline here in this Native American church fireplace. So my uncle, he said, we're going to be praying over here, So I went over to sit in with them, and there this wind came through last, Father's Day weekend. 90 mile an hour winds, they said. I don't know, but we sat in that teepee, and same way, it was a test of faith, my relatives. I mean, if you don't believe, then you don't have no business messing around over there, because they steadfast their prayers, so use them old ways, that eagle bone whistle, talk to it, you blow that whistle over there, because it's coming, he's coming. We could feel it, in the air, everything, and it's getting louder, it's getting, So they believe that, they use it, these instruments here, the eagle bone whistle here, communicate with the Creator, and that spirit that's moving, that wind. And so we ask it for that, to be gentle with us over here, and what we're doing, and we're not moving, If it's our time, then so be it, Then, we're going to perish right here, but, we're going to perish on our knees, worshiping our Creator. So it came through. Next day, tore up everything all the way around. So this guy, the neighbor next door over there, had steel frame building, all metal, twisted it all up, messed it up, tore it all up, took his big old monster trees, uprooted them, all that, tore it all up. So people's coming by, they're looking at that teepee, we're all out there greeting the sun. Thank you for this day, Creator God, touch the ground, it's good, hugging each other, good morning, kick-a-doo, and talk to each other like that, so greet the new day, so looking around, trees tore up all over, then people's all driving over, looking over at it. So that neighbor, he comes over, he said, man, he said, I can't believe it. He said, what is that held down? What's holding that teepee down? The stakes, just the wooden stakes all around. He said, I don't get it. He said, all the way around, everybody's tore up trees, all this, buildings, roofs tore up, and that, it's not even, he said, it's still the same way it was yesterday when I went by. So it's the faith of God here, so that's what took place over there then. But I'm glad to be over here, and then this our homecoming powwow, they moved it out there to our land, to our reserve, so to me, that's the first real homecoming powwow ever, history since we've been here, because, that over there, they said long time ago that football field used to be ours, but they stole it or something happened, and, so we got to rent it and pay, and, it was never ours, and we can't do what we want. Don't you mess that turf up on that football field. Them boys might trip and fall, lose the game or something, So, we never could really do what we wanted out there. But out here we can, we're home. That's ours, so, and then our relative, William Howe, he decided to leave. He got tired of hearing our stories and, our jokes and all that. So he left, so right during this time here, so kind of detoured things over there, a little bit, but, so we kind of met and talked about things in that Earth Lodge, so, God bless the family today and what they're going to go through, what they have to do, and then, but it's good, God is good no matter what, we're tested, we got to move forward, we got to keep going, that's what I chose to be Pawnee, and I'm going to die Pawnee over here, on the road, I had a chance to go to Oto like a lot of them, jump row, they got money, let's go, per capita, all that, and then different places, tribes, get low per capita, them casinos, all that, take off, go there. Not me, I'm not full blood, but, I'm going to remain here, my heart is here, so. And I know my ways of my Pawnee, or my Otos, my Ponkas, I prayed with them and I've been around them, so they're, I know who I am and where I come from, so they talked about, this blood quantum, we need to do something here different, I said, well, we'll make everybody Pawnee full bloods, like that, so. I don't know what's going to become of all of that, but, still, as I think about things, well, it's all right, they could do whatever, but I know who I am and where I come from, My kids, I tell them, my grandkids, I tell them, who we are, where we come from, so if they make their decisions, I said, go out there, make your way in this life. Don't depend on Pawnee Nation for nothing, So you go over there and do what you got to do, you get in with a good company, they have insurance, you could have better than this clinic over here provides and offers. So, and I tell them, you want to marry outside the tribe, and this and that, then pretty soon, the grandkids ain't going to be able to be on no row or, like that. It could come to that. We're not there, but, it could be, but I talk to them and tell them that, so just like my folks told me, well, you marry over there, then, that blood's going to be split, it's going to be thinned out, and so, you choose your row and, they're going to have a hard time, so they said teach them to go out, to get an education, to get a trade, be self-supporting, make a way for themselves so that, they stand on their own 2 feet out there, they're not over here, waiting on the tribe to provide a meal for them or do anything for them, they go out and make a way. So that's the way it's been, So I give it all to the Creator God, because that's my prayer. I spent a lot of nights on my knees over there, and in prayer, through rain, hail, sleet, and snow, so, my kids, have a better life than me and be self-supporting and take care of their own. So I'm grateful for that, so. And then here they're grown, got their own families, careers, and then here this little guy come along. He's Cody Morgan Littleson. He's Gitkahaki. So he's my only son. 3 daughters, and I have 7 grandsons and 4 granddaughters, 4 granddaughters now. 1 great granddaughter, about a week old now. So, I'm real appreciative of that. I'm glad for it. But relatives. So this guy, I'm trying to train him. He's in boot camp right now. So he's learning about the ways. And so teaching him how to respect nature. And God's creation out there. So we don't find it over in the church house. It's out here. It's within His creation where we walk on this Mother Earth. How we respect nature, God's creation. So I want to teach him about it, respect these animals, these birds, the water, like that. So that's going to be his teaching, because he's going to be the 4th generation to our fireplace. And so I'm do my best, go along, set it up. So every birthday of his, stand and teepee up, like the relatives come over. We pray for his future, so he could learn all of this, and he could be a real good example, make a good Pawnee. He's Dene too, so he's got he's got 4 different bloodlines in him. But I want him to know our Pawnee ways, our songs and ceremonial doings like that. I'm not too much as a powwow person, I don't go hand games. I don't go to all that. I'm Native American church, this medicine, so it's different, and it's hard to stay tuned in to the Creator and then, His creation here and then go powwow, politic and tribal, all that, But I have to, they bring me into it. It's part of, being this, taking this, And I didn't choose to sit in this chief's position. I told them, no, that ain't me. I said, that's for some, I told them, my elders back then, I said, no, I said, I'm ornery. I like to go and, do things, and have fun. I don't bother nobody or, I don't get in trouble with it, but, I'm still out there and out and about. That's not for me. I said, so but my grandpa Bill Eves, he said, grandson, you're the one. He said, there's nobody coming in here that's showing interest in this. He said, I need for you to come over and sit down over here, So he talked to the rest of the chiefs, So they said, well, if he's in agreement to it, then, he said, then we'll bring him in. And he said, I'll show him the ropes, like that. So that's how I became where I'm at today over here, But I didn't ask for it, and I don't campaign for it, but, I live it every day, and I'm out there, I'll sacrifice, I'll die for my people, my family, So that's how I am, just me, I'm speaking only for me. So, and that position, that's no glory. It's no, I'm a chief, I'm this and that, it ain't like that. You take care of that, you do what you're supposed to do. There ain't nothing glorious about it. There's no thank yous or nothing, Go over and help the people, do all you can over there, they're like, okay, well, all right, whatever, if you get that sometimes. But, hey, you're not doing it for, the glory of a thank you or a praise. You're doing it for the glory of God, So that's what they said. People, man, they can't bless you. God can. So what you do for your people, you're doing for God. You have family, you have loved ones, you have people that you care about. You're doing this so that they could have a better feeling. They could be healthy, they could be able to walk good and solid on this Mother Earth, and be all right mentally, physically, spiritually. So a lot of our people, they miss that all the way around. But that's the way it is, that's what they said. So that's why, and that's the way it is. So I don't go and campaign for that at all, so it's by the people's vote. So they asked me to represent. And at one point I said, no, I can't do this. So I went to see my Aunt Neva, my Aunt Sandra Moore. I said, I can't do this, I don't, I'm not the man for this over here, So they said, no, you are. We want you. We need you there, You hang in there. You stay there. You represent us. So that's coming from my elders, and she was one of the eldest, my Aunt Neva Moore. So I go over and visit with her and talk to her. She said, no, you stay there. You're all right. She said, we need you there. I said, okay, I'll do the best I can, but my people hate me. No, but so that's how it is with me, my relatives, So I thank you for, your kind attention over here, just, all of our relatives is coming in from far and near over here, and the way I understand this homecoming, that's it, it's a homecoming, come home, spend time with one another. Some of us, some of them come in just once a year to come over, spend time over here to get together, to eat together, to dance together, have fellowship like that for just a little while, and then we can move on, like that. So they said, we're not promised tomorrow. I don't know about it, but that's what they said. God said we were not promised tomorrow. They said that, I heard them say it, in different places, but so if it's that way, well then, I'm glad, man. I got love in my heart for each of you. Good to see you this year, 2023, Pawnee homecoming. If I don't see you next year, if I'm gone or whatever, well, carry on, like that, carry on, good way, And I tell my head chief and my business council, my peoples, if I die, then don't stop that powwow, don't stop anything, keep going, move forward, because I'm going to be rejoicing. All right, I'm here, I made it, I'm going to be dancing with the Creator and for Him, right there in His circle, Shoot, man, this is just brief here, life on earth. So they said it's better over there. So Bill, he's getting over there now, you know about that. So, carry on with it, carry on with that powwow, that gourd dance, whatever, that's what I want it, when I pass, when I'm gone, that's it, hey man, go for it, you know. My Pawnee people are awesome. And that 4-day that they have, you know, that, and then after that's over with, that funeral feast, that's a powerful thing, relatives. That's no plaything there. You know, those that don't believe it and don't let it do what it's supposed to, as soon as it's over with, then the relatives are crying, they're over there, you know, all kind of, you know, messed up, you know, so, but if they believe it, if you let it do what it's supposed to do, then, man, you feel a lot better. You know, it works. There's something to that funeral feast. So at that point, you know, then they said, you know, after that, you know, you cry no more. Carry on, you know, the nation, carry on. Do whatever, you know, you want to do, you know, enjoy life, carry on, you know. Then on my other blood over here, they'll you know, mourn year like that, you know. Stay home, stay down, stay, you know. And it's hard, it's tough to do, you know, so I really like the way our Pawnee people, you know, they have it, you know, so we could carry on, you know, and that's the way it should be, you know. So I'm going to say about that much here this morning, you know, and then I got things going on over there, you know, and so it's, you know, we're moving, putting things together here, doing things over there, you know, to make things better so our relatives can be comfortable, come home, you know, and celebrate our homecoming like that. So, you know, I'm going to journey on over there. So, you know, it's good to see each and every one of you this morning, and God bless each one here. You know, wish you well today, and then, you know, tomorrow, the weekend, be all good for each and every one of you. Those of you traveled a distance, you know, you could have a safe trip back home, you know, wherever it is you call home, you know. Maybe find things even better than when you left it, you know, like that. So, say about that much here. Thank you for your kind attention. Hope.
And now we'll, moving along in the agenda. Next one is Pat Leading Fox, our head chief of the Nasharo Council. Skeety.
Noah, everybody, can you hear me all right? I might not need this microphone, but, you know, I want to thank you all, each and every one of you, for being here, you know, and taking time out of your lives, especially, you know, this time of the year, our homecoming. You know, glad to see you all come through the winter, you know, and to be here. So, what do y'all want to know? I guess, you know, I'm a I represent the Skeety band on the Chiefs Council, but I'm also, you know, the head chief. So essentially, I represent all 4 bands. You know, when I go out and about, do talking, you know, that's how I see it. That I represent the tribe, all 4 bands. You know, I'm Skeety, and I'm also Kitkahocky. My mom was part Kitkahocky. My dad was full-blood Skeety. You know, I come from the Pratt side. My grandpa was Adam. Grandma was Hazel White Pratt. I never knew her. So, you know, my grandpa married Grandma Nora. So, you know, she was my grandma up until she left us. But so anyway, you know, I was raised up in a very, very strict Christian home. You know, our ways were considered sinful. Up until about 10 years old is when, you know, I started finally coming around. And you know, I remember one of the first things that I went through was hand games. You know, and hearing the laughter there, seeing, you know, people having fun, hearing that drum, seeing my grandpa out there singing, you know, it put a hook in me, you know, and I try to learn all that I can from that, you know. And now, you know, I'm a singer. I sit at the drum. I take part in our ceremonies. I know our ceremonial songs. I know our family songs. You know, I'm glad that you know, I'm able to carry that on, to continue that, to not let it die. And so now I've got 2 grandsons of my own, you know, and I'm trying to get them, you know, involved in learning songs and singing with them. Then, you know, hopefully they'll finally come around as well, you know, so, you know, we can continue that on, not let it die, because, you know, getting a little bit older, I'll say I'm a junior elder, you know, and I'm not an elder yet. But, so anyway, you know, the way I tell people how I came to be on this Chiefs Council is I was shanghaied. I was asked by our head Skeety chief if I would come over and help him serve food at a band meeting. So I said, yeah, sure. You asked, yeah. You know, I was taught that somebody asks you for help to do what you can for them. So I told him, yeah, I'd be over there. And the way he did it, he put all the food on the floor and we served everybody that was at the meeting. And so he told everybody why we were there. They were there to elect a chief because the other one resigned. So, you know, I remember exactly who it was that nominated me was Anna Mulder. She nominated me, you know, and then Eddie was the head chief, Eddie Epler, and he asked me, will you accept this? And I was like, oh man, I don't know. Put me on the spot. I said, yeah, well, yeah, all right, I will. So, you know, it was unanimous. They didn't. And so 27 years later, I'm still on it, still on the Sharo Council. So, you know, I don't know if I'm the longest serving chief or not, you know, but luckily when I first started, I had some wonderful, wonderful men that mentored me, that I looked up to, that, you know, them being, you know, demanded respect from the people, you know, and at that time, William Howell was the head chief. Bob Rice was on there. Lynn Rice, Uncle Levi Horse Chief. I believe Uncle Wilson Moore was also another chief. You know, and Ronnie Good Eagle was on there. Austin Real Rider. You know, those men kind of molded me. I watched them. You know, they didn't know that they were mentoring me, but you know, that's how I was kind of molded into this. You know, so, and you know, people always ask when it comes time for election, are you going to run again? I said, well, it's up to you all. You know, if you all want me in there, you know, then yeah, I will, but it's not going to affect me if you guys don't want me in. So, you know, I guess I must be doing something right. You know, it's still here, you know, and I'll still continue as well. And, you know, like it's hard. It's a hard life, you know, but I've been doing it for so long, it's just a part of me, you know, and I come from a hereditary chief line as well. You know, my grandfather, Leading Fox, was a chief. You know, his family, his, you know, folks were as well. And so, you know, that kind of, I don't know, I don't like to boast, but you know, to me, it's like, you know, well, you know, I'm following their line, and you know, I don't feel worthy of them still, because, I mean, man, chief, you know, that's really a big thing in our tribe, and yeah, like I said, you know, it is hard to do certain things. You know, you got to have tough skin. We live in glass houses, you know, but hey, it's all part of being that, you know, and I say this often, but the group of men we have now in our Sharo Council are the best. They are awesome. They truly have the people in their hearts. They do. You know, we can get into the debates and have heated discussions in our meetings, but at the end, it stays at that table. You know, we don't hold grudges. We don't hold personal grudges with each other. You know, once that meeting's over, it's over. You know, and that's what I like about these men. You know, that they're really, they have good hearts. All of them. All seven of them do. You know, and that's something, you know, that I wanted to relay to the people. You know, that's how it should be with the chiefs, you know. So, probably about it. How much time I got left? Hey, does anybody have any questions? Kind of change it up a little bit instead of talking. Go ahead, Dina. There is one constellation, it's called the Corona Borealis. And then the way it's shaped is what's called the Chiefs Council. And so it's kind of shaped like a U, and so that's what our Skeety people say it was they call it the Chiefs Council. And then once when you can see it pretty good, it's usually straight up in the sky. I want to say it's probably about maybe in the fall when you can see it. I can't remember right offhand though. Yeah, so that's what that is. And then we have another one that's called the Chief Star. That's the North Star. And that one is supposed to watch over everybody because, the North Star never moves. So that's why it's called the Chief Star. Yeah. She asked what was the Chief's star? What was the purpose? Yeah, it was, it was the Chief's constellation for the tribe. Anybody else? Yeah, Denise. How did you become a Nasharo was the question? Oh, the head chief. Okay, so the way that goes, every 4 years we have band meetings. Each band has a meeting. They elect 2 men to serve, well, actually 2 people to serve on the Chiefs Council. And then it's usually the first Saturday in May every 4 years. I think we got 2 more years left on our term. But first Saturday in May, band meetings. The next Saturdays they'll have a meeting, the Chiefs meeting, and then from there they'll pick a head chief, second chief, secretary, and a treasurer out of those 8 people that were voted in. So that's how that goes. I've been serving as a chief for 27 years. She asked how long I've been a chief. How long head chief? This is my 3rd term, not a consecutive term, but this is my 3rd time being the head chief. Anybody else? Okay, I thank you all for your time and attention. Again, we're going to have a good weekend, like Morgan said. I'm glad as well that we're having our homecoming out there. It's unfortunate that we have to be like this right now. We can't enjoy tonight and tomorrow, but oh well, it is what it is. But we still got 2 days left, and to gather and laugh and enjoy our families and each other, which to me is what should all be about. Coming together as one and just having a good time. So, I'm looking forward to it. And I'm glad that we're finally out on our own land doing this. Thank you.
Next is Susie Kanuho, Pitahawi Data, Pawnee Nation Court.
Nola, everyone. Pardon me, can you hear me? I asked Denise what she was wanting me to talk about, and she just said growing up Pawnee. That's kind of hard to really put into words when you grow up Pawnee. You don't know what growing up any other way is like. My maiden name is Jim. I'm the daughter of Jenny Jim. I was raised by my grandparents, Philip and Ella Jim. My grandmother was Ella Pratt, where she married my grandpa. I learned a lot from my grandparents. My grandma passed away in 1977 when I was 11 years old, so I have some memories of her. Didn't learn a lot, but I do remember being told, not really being told, but I guess being instructed in a way that I wasn't taught how to carry on conversation in our Pawnee language. I was taught at the dinner table different ways to say different foods, but I wasn't ever taught to speak it fluently in conversation. They felt like our language was dying back then. That was their reasoning. And come to find out, that's my mother-in-law's Wanda Kanuho, that she was told that too, so she's not fluent in Pawnee either. And that's a shame. It's really, I feel bad that I don't really know a whole lot. I mean, I tell my kids what I learned, and they've learned a lot in school and in the classes that they've taken, and I'm really thankful for that. They know more than I do. But growing up, like I said, I was raised by my grandparents. I remember coming home from school, hearing my grandpa in his room with his little hand drum and drumstick composing songs. He had a tape recorder, and he was always composing songs, war dance songs, hand game songs, Native American church songs. So he had a lot of tapes, and all of us grandkids have inherited some of his tapes. We have some of his tapes. I have the last tape that he had been recording on. It's in storage, but I'm thankful for that. I really don't know, what else to tell you. I come from a long line of educators. My aunts, my uncles were teachers, and that was my goal, was to be a teacher. And I still would like to become a teacher, but I'm getting too old to go to school. It would take too long. I'd be an old grandma I'm already an old grandma, but I'd be old. I don't know that I'd have the patience anymore. But my mom, though, she wasn't a teacher. Her goal was to be a registered nurse, and she'd almost made that goal. But we had to move back to Pawnee. We were living in Edmond at that time. She was going to Central State University to get her registered nursing degree. So we had to move back to Pawnee to help take care of my grandparents. They were getting on in age and ill health. But we'd been back and forth, I wasn't born here, but I grew up here. My Uncle Franklin was always asked to write grants for different programs within the tribe. He'd sit at the kitchen table writing these grants longhand. He didn't have a computer. He didn't have a typewriter. He wrote them all out longhand. And I'd sit there with him, and I'd help him, and I'd read them. That was a good experience. I learned how to write from my uncle. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, that's pretty much me. I mean, Denise wanted me to talk about, she said, I heard you know a lot about your Jim family. Well, yeah, but I don't know what you want to know. Oh, okay, yeah. Culturally, we were always at dances, hang games, Native American church meetings. We took Grandpa to a lot of Native American church meetings. I was raised around the teepee. Not in the teepee, but I was always there. Most usually out helping carry water, doing dishes, setting tables, that kind of thing. And I believe that way. I was raised in that way. I believe in the Native American church, and those prayers that are said are strong. And they carry you through. And I believe that the prayers that my grandpa said in those teepees are still sustaining us today. But we were always taking Grandpa to dances too. And he was always around that drum. There's just, that's how I was raised. Yep. Does anybody have any questions? I mean, I don't think you'd have any questions for me like you did for Pat, but it's just kind of hard to kind of explain growing up Pawnee when you were brought up Pawnee, because you don't know any other way. Well, he and I went to school together. Of course, we were classmates, but we didn't pay any attention to each other. We had classes together. I was one of the ornery ones that sat at the back of the classroom, acting up, and he was always front row, trying to pay attention. I was, in the back causing a ruckus. But anyway, I had just gotten my first job, and I had promised my mom that I would take her and Grandpa to eat at Clicks when I got my first paycheck. So that's what we did. I didn't know David worked there. He was the cook at Clicks back then. Well, when we were just about finished with our meal, the waitress comes over and says, David Canoe is going to pay for your meal. We had, there was me, Mom, Grandpa, and my son. So it was quite a bit, and Mom was, really surprised because she knew he didn't make that much money. So she said, come on, we need to go to the kitchen and tell him thank you. I said, that's okay, you go ahead. So she did, she thanked him. Next week, I was getting gas at Tansy's. He pulled up alongside me, come to find out he didn't need gas, but then he followed me back out to the car after I'd paid for it, and he asked me out, and so after that, that's how we met. We knew each other, but we didn't know each other. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, there's been a lot of changes, Okay. The women around the drum, the women singers, because I was taught the women don't sit behind the drum that way. That's powwow way. That's not for our cultural dances. Well, I thank you all for this time. I thank Denise for asking me. No, like I said, my grandmother passed when I was 11, so I didn't really get a whole lot of information from her. Her mother was on that walk. My older cousins, like Irene Edwards, she's got a lot of information about that. But I wasn't ever told anything about that. And as far as my grandparents going to the boarding school here, Gravy U, the only thing that we were ever told growing up, my grandmother never said anything about her time here at Gravy U, but my grandpa always told us at Christmas time, the matrons or the housemen would get these kids all hyped up for Christmas. Santa was coming. So they put their socks out, ready for, wake up the next morning with, goodies in their socks. They'd wake up, check their socks, it'd be full of rocks. That was pretty much all he would say. He wouldn't say a whole lot more than that. But I have to remember, too, that his father passed away when he was only 13, so that left him orphaned. So after he finished school here, he just he wandered. He was part of the circus. He joined the circus, helped put circuses together, the tents, and took care of the animals. He went blind, I want to say mid-60s, probably shortly after I was born. I remember him telling me he remembered when I was born, and he held me, and he knew what I looked like. My brother remembers when he went blind. But he could still play a guitar, a pretty good guitar. He was really good at it. There was a lot. He surprised me a lot of times with the things that he could do. The beadwork that he had on his in his cedar box, on his fans and his gourd, he did himself, and it's all cut beads. It's really pretty. Yeah. Captain Jim was my great-grandfather. He was my grandpa's father. No, we don't have any of his stuff. It's in a museum in storage at Indiana University. I was contacted several years ago by one of the professors up there, and she sent me some photos of some of his things. We don't know how they acquired it. They acquired it from a personal collection. The man's family sold it to Indiana University for their collection, but we don't know how that man and his family got it. I do remember growing up too, my grandpa was, every month I'd help him sign a government check. And it didn't really dawn on me until I was probably high school. What I was helping my grandpa sign was his father's pension, his Army pension checks every month. And he still received those up until he passed in '89. So that was, yeah, that was something.
He was a scout.
He was a scout, yes, he was a scout in the Army. Right, right. Yeah. It would be good if the nation could have a controlled environment to keep stuff like that in. Well, that's all I have if there's no other questions. And I thank you all for coming. Like I said, I thank Denise for asking me.
So interesting, thank you. Now, I was wondering if we could just break for lunch now. Our fry bread's here. Is that okay? Oh, is she still here? Okay. Well, she's going to talk at lunch and talk about the corn, but we need someone to pray for our corn, our lunch. Can I ask Cheryl, Pat, leading folks? Okay. Could you do the honors for us, please? Okay.
Thank you all. Again, asking our pray over our food. Pray with me, second here. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, Lord. Praise your wonderful name, all the way that you've given us, Lord, for sharing us information, Lord, with the family. Father, I lift up the Howell Grover family right now, Lord. Bring them home. That's to comfort them, strengthen them, Lord. All the folks that are praying for them, Lord. Those that would be treatment, maybe monetary, language, or whatever. Bless them abundantly. But Father, we ask you to bless the food here that we provide for us. Bless the hand that prepared it, God. Give you all praise and glory.
indigenous nonprofit organizations that provide funding opportunities. So I told Aunt Deb, we should go after this so we can have money to fund our girls group, because that was a big part of it too, is not having funding, not having space, all of that. And I was like, we could, involve this in this. So we went for it last minute, like right before the deadline, submitted a grant to the 7th Generation Fund for Indigenous people, and we got funded. So we have started having more frequent wellness gatherings. And initially, like I said, I started this out for the girls, but as going through, I noticed that our boys also don't have a safe space or even a space for them to gather and just be safe and, learn from each other and talk about culture and do cultural activities. So we have expanded it and just opened it up to our youth as a youth wellness gathering space. So, and a lot of the things that we are doing is, gender neutral. So it can be, beadwork, planting, all of this stuff can be done by, male or female. So we're really excited. The grant that we applied to was called the Community Vitality Grant. So it supports projects that are rooted in relationship to land, healing, cultural revitalization, and knowledge sharing, and the weaving of intergenerational kinships, honoring elder and youth relationships, and nurturing cultural transmission strategies. So that's kind of the background of that. Our goal is to generate community-based healing rooted in traditional health and healing, community wellness, and ceremonial practices while strengthening cultural identity and intergenerational learning through language revitalization and creative expression. Traditional foodways, wisdom, and cultural knowledge sharing will help restore and bring vitality to food sovereignty and security, cultural mapping and cultural development, and culturally rooted leadership development. So far we've had like a 4-part beading series. We've had cooking with our traditional corn. The cookies that were out today were part of our Pawnee blue corn, and some of our youth that were here helped with those recipes. The sugar cookie recipe came from Dorna, and then the chocolate chip recipe came from Moni Horse Chief. So that's just what I've been doing community engagement wise so far, and I'm going to turn the mic over to Dorna to talk more about the Pawnee Seed Preservation Society. Noa eri.
Nawa akitaru, tasasa, can you hear me? Tasasa stapadidawadi. Good afternoon, Pawnee people. My name is Stapati Dawadi, my Indian name, and it means she travels about. I'm from the Writing-In family. My Atiapa was Frank Writing-In Sr., my Atiaka was Ethel Wilson Writing-In, and my father was Robert Writing-In. He was full-blood Pawnee, so I'm half. My mom, Atida Doris Tom Writing-In, and she's from Oregon. Confederate Tribes is Siletz. And then her father was from Confederate Tribes at Grand Round. So I'm enrolled, and I'm half Pawnee. And my Indian name means she travels about. So yeah, I love to travel. The other thing is I'm a foodie. I love my food. I don't take pictures of it. I just enjoy it. And I'm a messy eater, you could tell where I've been, and I usually have food on my shirt most of the time. So yeah, that's me, and I do travel, especially between Oregon and Pawnee. That's, it's just, I don't know how many times since I was a baby, but every Pawnee powwow in my life, pretty much, I was here. So I'm not a farmer. We're descended from a farmer, well, my grandpa did farm. My grandpa, Frank Writing-In Sr., he was a farmer. But me being raised in my family, we lived in the city. I was born in Salem, Oregon. So anyway, so I didn't farm or anything or even have a garden until I was pretty old. I mean, maybe in my 50s, or I think I started maybe in my 50s. So I just wanted to share today why I'm involved in the Pawnee seed preservation and some things that I've learned since I've been involved with Pawnee seed preservation. I do like to travel. The farthest I've been is Machu Picchu in Peru. That's the farthest place I've been. But mostly it's Oregon, Pawnee, Oklahoma, Oregon, that's my route. So I don't know how familiar everyone is with Pawnee seed preservation. Have most of you heard of it? Or some of you familiar with it? Okay, because like Mika is an intern and Jessica, she was an intern, but I didn't know exactly how much I should go into. But Pawnee seed preservation is about saving our ancestral seeds. It's about our culture and our heritage. It's about our intellectual property. It's about our spirituality. And so I consider all of that, that's so important because I was in language for a while, language preservation, Pawnee language preservation. And so I just look at it as sacred. It's our intellectual heritage and it's our spiritual heritage, just like our culture and our language and our history is. So we do know that the corn was part of our sacred bundles. We do know it's in ceremony. My grandma shared with me, my grandma Ethel, she said that when she was a young girl, she was picked one time to be the main girl that comes in this corn dance, and you wear the best jewelry and nice clothes, and she had a part in this corn dance. And she said after that she grew up. She was born south, just out at the village they had. But she said that was the first time that my grandfather noticed her when she was in that corn dance. Because after that, and she was of the generation where they had arranged marriage. So it was an arranged marriage. But that was the first time he noticed her. My story is I came here in 2016 to Pawnee, and I came back to work for the Pawnee tribe as education director, and it was my third time. It was my third time to work for the tribe. I just couldn't get enough of it, I guess. But then I can't stand it, and I leave, and I come back. So I just happened to be working for the tribe in 2003 when my aunt was on the culture committee. So I remember when the collaboration started with preserving our Pawnee seeds. Pat was on the committee at that time along with my aunt. And that was a hard question. You have these moments in your, that things come up. And so Deb had been asking for, she's been a gardener all her life probably, but she did have some eagle corn seeds in her family, and so she is a gardener. She already has that interest. And so it came about that Ronnie O'Brien from Nebraska, she was working on this project up there in Nebraska, and some of those local tribes were telling her, you need to incorporate the Pawnees, the first farmers in Nebraska. And so she contacted, and so this started in 2003, and so they took it to the culture committee about possibly sending the Pawnee seeds, and they were very limited. I mean, they just had whatever they brought down from Nebraska, and different families had seeds here and there, and so they tried to find out who had seeds. And this is a critical time because you're like, do you save them? Do you hang on to them? And we can look at them, but they'll be gone forever. Or do you try this experiment because it's really hard to grow Pawnee corn in our soil down here. It was developed, in Nebraska, in our homelands. And so they had to decide, are we going to let these seeds go up to Nebraska? Are we going to, save some so we'll have some to look at for our children, in the future? So that was a hard question, but they did. It was hard, but they decided to go for it. To trust Ronnie O'Brien. And the first year they planted, she was ready. April, she planted, but April is not the time for the seeds. Ronnie comes from a corn family. Her dad was a corn farmer, but that's American corn. Pawnee corn is just like completely different. So that crop failed. It was too early. April was too early. They rotted in the ground. And so, but the next year they did better, and they have gotten better ever since. To today, since that 2003, it's been 20 years. So 20 years, we have 24 varieties today that have come back. And largely because the seeds do better in Nebraska. That's where they were developed. That's where our ancestry is, our heritage, and that's the land. So they do a lot better. I've been a grower for 3 years, but I'm not very good at it. My yard has like clay-like soil, so my cobs are small. I guess the best one I had, let's see, I started with eagle corn, which is this one here, the real pretty one, and I don't even think I got a cob. I didn't even get one cob. So, plus, I wasn't have the background. I was learning. So the next year, I think I grew blue corn. I did get some small cobs, and then I think the third year I had gotten mother corn, and I had some cobs with that. But it's hard, you put so much into it, you water it, you baby it, and just to not get good results, I took a couple years off, but I'll probably go back to it. So I can't really say I grew eagle corn. I tried, but I did grow blue corn and mother corn. And when I first started in 2016, I went on a trip with the Pawnee Sea Preservation, and it was honoring the first farmers of Nebraska. And so I learned a lot on that trip. They had met with some people like experts, and how do we save our corn? How do we keep our corn from not getting cross-pollinated and our intellectual property, having it get out to the public? Because the Culture Committee said no way that these seeds are for preservation. That means that you grow them, you pick the best corn cobs for the seed. That's how you save them, and the rest you can eat or whatever or process. But the best corn cobs are saved for seed. So anyway, I learned a lot because we met with some people and we said, how do we save this? They talked about different ways, and I can't remember. It's complicated. It's like a legal question. But one thing I do remember is they said if you trademarked it, that it's only good for 25 years. So after that, it goes to the domain. So there's different things you can do, and I think we're with our lawyer. They have working with the NARF, I think, to find out how we can, but we don't. Right now, if you want to grow corn, you have to have a CDIB and you have to have a picture of your plot, and that's what the committee came out with. That. So you grow and then you turn it in. You turn in the best cobs are for seed. So mainly, I liked being with the seed because I believe strongly, that it's our heritage, and I want to do everything I can, for our future, especially at my age now. I'm thinking about what's this world like for our kids and our grandkids. And I think the best thing we can do is to be more of ourselves, what God made us to begin with, because that's what the world needs. And the world's pretty messed up, and I think we have a lot of things that are more sustainable and more kind to the earth and make more sense. I think about the corn, the American corn. It's engineered. It's modified, genetically modified. So when you look at American corn, it's pretty much devoid of vitamins and minerals. It's mainly just a carb. If you're comparing it to Pawnee corn is way more nutritious and has vitamins and minerals. And even the blue corn is for healing. It's in it, it really works. So those are some of the things that I learned. But besides that, when you go up there, when you go to Nebraska, I don't know, if you're Pawnee, you just love it. It's just something that I don't know how to say it in English, but it's just something like going home, or I don't know, it just has a feeling to it, and I have a feeling, But I've met a lot of neat people. The gardeners up there, they're just everyday folks. They're just, Nebraska people, and they volunteer to grow the corn in their garden. One year, though, I think it was 2018, Del Fike is a farmer up there. We call him Farmer Del. Farmer Del, he has a really good operation where it's more sustainable. It's a different way of farming than American farming. But he had let us use like 3 acres of land. And so that was a big crop. That was a huge crop. And they brought it all down. We didn't have a space. So they put it in the roundhouse. And I remember my aunt went, and at that time she was in a wheelchair. And so she went and she helped with processing the corn like we do. And she said she felt better. It had a healing effect on her. So I call it waduksti. That's our word for like it's magical, it's wonderful, kind of like what, Morgan was saying. We have that waduksti. It's you can't really explain it sometimes. So, yeah, like the American corn compared to Pawnee corn, they have it programmed so that the corn cob grows at a certain height. And that's so the machine can, harvest. So that's the kind of different, and of course they have it engineered for profit. I don't know what all they do, shorter growing season or whatever it is, bug resistance. So it's just really different than Pawnee corn. And, Ronnie thought, oh yeah, she'd be a good reason, she'd be good with this corn project, but American corn is just like a whole nother story. And her father tried to tell her things and she just like, this is different corn. So, let's see. The thing about that blue harvest corn, I went up and I was part of harvesting, and Patsy was there, and I don't know who all here else was there, but that was a big crop, and it's hard work, it's hard labor. So when you do things, you volunteer, it's hard labor. You're out there, outside. They had a beautiful place for us at their farm, and they've picked a nice place, real big tall trees, and my cousin Donna was roasting it. We were blanching it, and we were roasting it, and they were getting the cobs, and it's hard labor, and you're tired, But the thing I like about it is the camaraderie. And I don't know if some of you have been here that have been to it. You just feel like you're part of something bigger. It's like, you're just all working together for one thing. It kind of unites people. That's what I think about corn, our corn especially. It unites us. If we all eat it, we're part of it. It's in us. It's a spirit. It's guiding us. And it makes us as one. And that's what I really like about harvesting. It's the camaraderie. And just sitting around getting to know people, and, you're sitting there working. But it is hard labor. You're donating your hard labor. But there again, what's more important, as far as your people than feeding them and our future generation, and something that we survived on and we thrived. Let's see. So Farmer Dell, they're really nice. They would feed us dinner, just really nice people. I got to meet some of the gardeners, Ronnie O'Brien, Farmer Dell. My last trip up to Nebraska, which I can't even remember when it was, I got to meet Renee Sansui. She's an Omaha water protector. And she said, now, when she introduced herself, she said, now, I'm not a protester. She's like, I am a water protector. She was trained, kind of like, a leader in the community. She is a water protector, and she can do the water ceremony. So I was interested in that. I wanted to go see that. So on the way to Nebraska, it depends on who's driving, you get to stop at sacred sites, and that's interesting too. The first one I went to was a place called Well, it's called Rock City. It's right out, it's not too far. If you're going straight up in Kansas and you're going to Nebraska, whatever highway that is, it's not too far off the road. It's Minneapolis would be what the sign says. And it's a little ways from Minneapolis, and it's called Rock City. Have any of you been to Rock City? It's a Pawnee sacred site, and I found where the Pawnee called it horse dung on a hill, or fresh horse dung on a hill. But it was fantastic. It has a really nice feeling. These rocks are like round and they have holes in them. So yeah, you could see where they got that name. And it kind of sits up high. I guess they said it was like a glacial place. When the glacier came down this way, it's got a big valley, but the hill's up here, and that's where the rocks are. So when you do things, I just love this. I just love travel anyway. And then in last year, about a year ago from now, I got invited to work on a national middle school curriculum on Native American plants. And so that was a grant program. It was based on a grant. The title of it was Native American Plants, Connecting Our Past to Our Future. And I believe it was one of Ronnie's students who got the grant. She was one of her students, and she had to do a senior project. But then the pandemic kind of messed it all up. So she wrote a grant, and it got funded. And so that's how we got to work on this project. So it was Native and non-Native writers and other educators. And so actually it was inspired by Ronnie and Deb's story. So it's a key part. But it talks about, the past and the present and the future. And plants as medicine. So that was a good experience. And so that college, it was held at Central Community College where Ronnie worked, or she just retired, but she was working at that time. And it's not too far. It's at the Hastings, Nebraska campus, and they had a crane trust. And I don't know if any of you heard of the sandhill cranes that migrate through Nebraska. I mean, I forget how many thousands that come through there. But I'm thinking, of course, they're going to do that. That's where the Pawnees were, and they were eating Pawnee cord, So it's a big thing. And so they have these people that are kind of like Audubon, they want to conserve and keep things for the future. And so they had a crane trust. And so the last couple of years, they've been planting corn for the cranes. So I think it's the last couple of years. So, and they have different interns that work up there. The Crane Trust has a real nice, kind of like a dorm where they stay, because they have people that stay there and work on the land. And so we work with them, and so the Pawnee Seed interns can stay there. So I got to go there and see the dorm and their grounds, and it's pretty close to the Platte River. So the last time, when on this trip, I got to go to this other, it was either a foundation or some kind of conservation group, where they try to keep, they're trying to get the land back to more natural. And so it was a farm. It had been a 4-H farm or something like that, but this other foundation bought the land. And so we met Sarah, and I can't remember her last name, but she's a young biologist. She was super nice. They had a beautiful building, just like a 2-story building, and it had, where you could have meetings, and it had an outside area. It was not too far from the Platte. Anyway, Sarah goes out and gets native plants, and then she collects them, and then she introduces them back into that farm, that they have, because, it got changed for a farm. And so she's like, reintroducing native plants into the surrounding area as part of conservation. And I guess one day she just by accident, she noticed that she saw something that looked like a circle, where the poles were on the Earth Lodge. And so we got to go to that. So they took us to the Platte, and we were doing videos for the curriculum project. That's what we were really doing. But she gave us plants, and she gave us a little ride on the golf cart up so far, and then we had to hike up so far because it was up high. And so I just thank God that I was able to do that. I was able to hike that far, and I got to go up there. And so I guess they said Matt looked at it. I don't know, did you go up there? Matt had gone up there, they had, I think Adrian. So Deb and I went up there, and Deb had, I don't think she had cedar. And so we looked at it, and it was, it was just, you could see it on the ground. And it was high. It was high because we had to hike up. And when you looked that way, you could see the Platte, kind of like a bend there. And it was just beautiful. And there again, you just get this feeling like, oh my God, this is where my ancestors were, and Deb was going to say a little prayer. She said, well, you want to say a prayer? And I said, yeah, sure, but I was all like, I was just emotional. And so she said, I think she sang a song and she said a prayer. And then I was trying to sing a song, but I didn't have a song. And I was like, yeah, I need to work on that, but I did say a prayer. And so that kind of thing is just, I want other people to be able to, I want to share this and let you know. And, that place, Sarah, she said we could go up there anytime, anytime you want. It's not too far from Hastings, I don't think. I don't know exactly because they took us everywhere. But yeah, I think it's, if we could have our kids see these kinds of things, it's an experience. You have to be there. It's not like, it's just one of those things where you have to be there. So I just wanted to share that as part of my highlights of working with the Pawnee Seeds. The last time I went to Nebraska, and I don't even know when it was, we went to a water conference, and it was the Platte River Water Conference. So we had some extra time on the way up, and so Deb said, well, let's go to Wakanda Lake. Have you been there? And I said, no. Has anyone been to Wakanda Lake? It's one of the sacred sites where the Pawnees would get their water. The doctors would go there, and they would travel there and get that water because it was a sacred place. And so we gathered water. We went to Dollar General. We got some little spray bottles and jars and whatever. So we gathered some water there. We said prayers, and then we gathered water. And at that time, which I can't remember exactly when it was, but I was having trouble with my ankles, and that had been going from March. It had been going from March. That whole year, it was the dance where we had the first thunder, the first time we did that dance, where we had, after they heard the thunder, they had the New Year's dance, and that's our New Year. I had danced, and it was a kind of a coolish day in March, and I had gotten like all this, my ankles kept swelling. So when I went to Lake Wakanda, I definitely put my legs in there, and I put my ankles, and we said prayers and things. And so, yeah, I don't have that problem anymore. It's kind of like a story, but I don't have it anymore. And I was just really amazed about that. So I was really interested in going to this water ceremony. It's really well managed, the Platte River. There's a lot of different entities, and they work together pretty well. But there's a drought. It was a really bad drought. And so they included this water ceremony with Renee Sansui, Umaha water protector. She was going to do it. And so I was interested to see it, but I ended up being part of it. I had to help, because she usually has her daughters, but they didn't come. And so I was up close. I got to see the whole thing, but it was really pitiful in a way, because you have, part of it, you do this, you put, they have different things that they put down, like berries and tobacco and, different things that go in these little bundles, and they put it in the water. We had to walk around everywhere just to find a little puddle. There was one puddle there and one puddle there. So, yeah, it was something, because I think, that just shows that, we need to be who we are. We need to contribute what God gave us. So, okay. So that's kind of what I wanted to say about the Pawnee seed preservation. It started out, I think, with just Pawnee being, Deb was named the keeper of the seeds, and the culture committee gave her that title. And so I think, just counting back from when Ronnie took the seeds up to Nebraska, it's been 20 years, and we now have 24 varieties. We have a lot of people that have worked on the project, different interns. So this year, we're preparing to have a 20-year celebration, and so that's planned, I think it's October 7th in Kearney, Nebraska. So they're going to have some kind of involvement with the Pawnee Scouts, or some kind of presentation about the Pawnee Scouts. And also, I think the kids from Pawnee High School that do the Pawnee language class, I think they have a part, but I can't remember exactly what they do. Okay, yeah, so. Okay. So that's something to look forward to and mark on your calendar. It's not that bad of a drive, really. It's like 6 to 7, depending on where you're going, up to Nebraska. So, okay, so I just wanted to share a couple pictures, and I like that picture there. Okay. So does anyone have questions about the Pawnee Seed Preservation Society? We're a nonprofit now. It's been about a couple of years now that we've been a nonprofit. I'm on the board, and I'm just learning. I haven't really been on a board too much, so I just been trying to learn. So we're about preservation, reviving the seeds. It's a very expensive operation. People go up there and give their time to, process the corn and harvest it. So, yes? What? Right. Yeah. Yeah.
industrialized it and sold it, and to help it, the profit of that comes back into the tribe, and do we have land out there that we are utilizing to grow these seeds?
Yeah, that's a good question. We've talked about, we have leased lands around here, but I think it's really complicated. But we do have land, but I guess it's leased already, or I don't know. But well, Deb has that benefactor, Heather Hansen, that she's had for a while, and she bought land. Huh? Okay. The question was industrialize the corn, and do we have land in Nebraska? I think that very first conference I went to with the first honoring Nebraska's first farmers, they said that there was a tribe in Oaxaca, and they sell the product after it's been processed. They don't sell the seeds or anything like that, but they do sell some kind of cornmeal or something, and it's really high-end, it's real expensive, and they have restaurants in New York or wherever that buy it. So I think that, to me, sounded like something that, we could do. But as far as giving out the seeds to anybody, I don't think that's the policy of the Pawnee Nation right now. Yeah. But that's what people do. They take food and they process it and they make a product, and then they sell it, which, yeah, that's possible. Yeah. And then Heather, she bought this land, the Crane Trust that I was talking about, right next door. She bought land. So she has land, and she calls it Pawnee land. So, so we do have that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That first conference I went to about honoring Nebraska's first farmers, they had a lot of dignitaries. They had a breakfast, and there was always people on stage, and there was the Ponca tribal chairman. There was, I don't know who all was, there was different ones from Nebraska. And then, of course, there were no Pawnees at all. And I was like, oh my God, this is our homeland, and we don't even have we have no presence in Nebraska. Yeah, but thanks to the other tribes, they know about us, and so they advocate to include us. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, this is from 2018, I think. But so this is a little dated, but this is one thing that I think speaks to that we want to foster food growers and to learn our tribal heritage seeds and the planting techniques, because we are instructed how to plant the seeds. They use mounds. They use mounds, and you have the 4 directions and 1 seed in each one, finger length down. And they also planted sunflower seeds around the fence. They did that to for the animals and the wind and things like that. So that's how we learned all of that. Even how you're supposed to plant the Pawnee way. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So, in other words, I'm done. And thank you for inviting me and asking me. I mean, I was like, oh my God, a captive audience? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Okay. Yeah. We have a little presentation on the seed warrior, the one that started. And I watched it. That is the 2018 blue corn harvest at Delphi's farm. I think a lot of that footage was from there. This is about Debbie Echohawk.
My mom said there was no streets food in the house when I was a little girl. it's like they did all the time. I've been growing plants, it seems like all my life. The flowers that I use, they're still the same flowers that I was growing when I was a teenager, and learned and kept the seeds and kept growing and we kept collecting. My people, the Hospitality, the Pawnee, didn't always live in Oklahoma. Our homeland was in the land that later became Nebraska. My great-great-grandparents couldn't take much, but they took their sacred corn.
We held on to that corn from that walk all the way from Nebraska down to Oklahoma. A really difficult, challenging time where many of our people were lost, but some of us still have those seeds. That it's just a really beautiful thing to me that decades later we found a way for those seeds to still germinate, even if they were down to like a handful of seeds.
We called it the life cheap corn because we thought if we did it life cheap and cross-pollinated corn or something, when it came up with this striped corn is when it's ripened. And about 6 feet down, they found a buffalo skull. Well, the buffalo hadn't been there since 1863. And inside the buffalo skull was that seed.
The corn didn't reach its full potential in Oklahoma. The Oklahoma soil weakened the seed. So our Pawnee put the seeds away.
One of the first questions I asked is, hey, where's our corn? I mean, that's what we're known for. It took a long while to answer that question. Our culture committee, our chiefs, asked families, and they would produce what they had, and some of it we couldn't get to grow because it was stored so poorly. But some are kept in bundles, and there'd only be 20 seeds in there.
One day, I got an unexpected call from Nebraska. That gave me hope that we could grow our corn again in our homelands.
I worked at the Archway in Kearney over I-80 that teaches a lot of history about the trails and transportation. And I had natives telling me you really need to teach more about the 1,000 years before that. So that's how I met Deb Echohawk, who wanted to start a program about the Pawnee because we're in the homeland here in central Nebraska. So wanted to have gardening as part of that because I grew up on a corn farm and I've always gardened. She sent me just 25 seeds in 2004, the first year, and I planted them like we do. We plant corn in late April here in Nebraska, so I went out and did that, and I was all excited, and it all rotted in the ground. It was too early and too cold. So the next year, she sent 25 kernels. She said, I have 25 left. This is it. I can't part with the last 25. We have to be able to show our children what it looked like once.
Ronnie O'Brien, she's my little corn sister. In fact, we gave her name in Pawnee. Yeah, I think she cried for days when that happened. We talk almost daily and sometimes several times a day. Other Nebraska farmers wanted to plant Pawnee corn too. One was Dale Fight, a man that I would later call friend.
We wouldn't be here if it wouldn't have been for the Pawnee helping my family. When they homesteaded just a mile south of here in 1869, there was a Pawnee encampment another mile south of them. It was the Pawnee, and they ended up, trading food and things with them, and it's evolved into a love affair, and like I say, in a very spiritual way. It's become, the connection with the Pawnee people. They are truly family. This is a manicuring of a precious resource from a historical and spiritual base that is teaching us how we need to be in the future. It is teaching the next generations.
To see and to hear Dale, when his great grandparents, homesteaded this place, and how the Pawnees helped them through that winter. They felt they owed something to their Pawnees. It's pretty awesome that he still feels that way. I mean, that was a long, long time ago, and things die off, but that's still in his heart, in his family's heart, to recognize that. That really tells me a lot about him and his family, that they're really good people.
Yeah, so it really makes life great. You don't have to heat it, just infuse it. Each fall we travel to Nebraska to pick and prepare corn for our ceremonies and to restore our traditional diet.
There's always a feeling for me when I am here with this land of being home, which in a sense, maybe I feel a little bit silly to say because I've never lived here, but it's true.
I love to remind Nebraskans that we were the first corn huskers.
We're smiling more than we have in a long time. There's a little bit of teaching that goes into almost everything that we're doing. Yeah, it's been beautiful to see it all play out into a camp setting. So this year we're processing eagle corn. We've been working towards this moment for a long time to be able to serve eagle corn to the people at our dances, at our spring ceremonies, where everybody could try it, everybody could know what it tastes like.
I like the eagle corn to taste because when we shell it, we get the whole thing. We're careful about how we take the kernels off the cob. But when you cook it, we'll blanch, roast it, and then take it off the cob. But then when you cook it, it turns like super round, and it just kind of pops in your mouth. And to me, it's got this really incredible nut-like taste. That's definitely my favorite. And we like it when it looks like an eagle with his wings spread out. It's fun to find that design in there, and a lot of other designs. It's just like an art show every day, looking at all the different varieties. Lots of prayers have gone into this corn in all phases of production, and anytime you pray to brings out the healing properties of plants. We've been putting wrong foods in our bodies, so if we get back to a food that our DNA, our bodies recognize, then hey, we're gonna have healthier people. We use corn, as most tribes do, in every celebration there is, powwows, ceremonies, and there's just so much reverence to it. When we were on the verge of extinction, it was just a miracle that we found some of our corn. I mean, what an adventure it has been.
Mother corn is very, very, very simple. To have something that was passed down generation to generation to generation, and we're still able to consume it and taste it. It touches the soul. And to realize, our grandmas, great grandmas took care of us enough to supply us.
Thank you all for your kind attention. And so to try to liven it up, we're going to have a drawing, or a couple of drawings. And little Nova's going to draw the winning ticket. Take one ticket out, Nova. Please. There you go. Now, let's see who it says. Cody Littleson. Cody Littleson. He's not here. Don't know what he wants. Maybe he could have a bag. Okay, you could draw another one. Okay, here, let's see. This one is Sandra Heyman. Come on up and pick you out a prize. Maybe I should get Cody a keyring, I guess. Yeah, I'll get Cody. Pick out one, anything in here, or one, or those. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. And now moving along on the agenda, we have David Echohawk. He's Kitkahaki. And if you could come over here, David, please. And he's a Pawnee veteran, airborne. He's a Dudahe. Thank you.
I don't think I'll need that.
I think you do for the recording.
Noah, Arati Waku, Tawa Hutu, Kudik Chuddy, Kitkahaki, Uncle This right here is the sign for the Pawnee. I was born out here at the Pawnee Indian Hospital. My chart number only has 4 numbers. When I was 5 years old, we left here. My father worked at the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And we moved to Crow Agency, Montana. And that sign for the crow is them crows. They wore like a pompadour on their forehead. And so that sign is like this. Sometimes they flap their wings like a bird, but it's like that, and that represents a crow. Lived up in Crow Agency. First we moved to Lodge Grass, then we moved to Crow Agency. From Crow we moved to Rocky Boy, Chippewa Cree, Sioux. Take your 2 fingers, cross your neck. When they first came from out east amongst the plains, they were all dressed up and they had chokers. And that's what that represents. Now the Ponkas, theirs is like this. They cut off your heads. From Rocky Boy, we moved to Browning, Montana on the Blackfoot Reservation. And their sign is you point to something black, in this case my jeans, and you point down to your feet, black feet. Lived up in Montana for 10 years. Every day I was reminded I was Pawnee. Living amongst those northern tribes are Pawnee people. These old guys, these scouts, they were already up in that country. And they made a name for themselves up there. They still talked about them in Pawnee Scouts. Was called horse stealer quite a few times. It didn't get bad until I got into junior high school, and then had to take up for yourself. Mainly it wasn't you weren't Crow, you weren't Blackfoot, you was an off tribe. So I was reminded all the time, that I was Pawnee. And I think my family, my Echo Hawk family, my father, my mother, but my uncles, my Uncle Bruce, my Uncle Brummett, especially my cousin Roger Echohawk. He did a lot of history, research back in the late 60s, early 70s. He had an interest about the Echohawk family. He heard a lot of stories from my uncle, his dad, about the Pawnees. It sparked an interest with him. What he did, he came to Pawnee and he recorded reel-to-reels, cassette tapes at the time. All these older Pawnees that were still living here in the early to mid-70s, late 70s. And talking to family members. That's how he kind of got his start, if you will, becoming a historian and what he does. But it was because of the interest of the Echohawk family. And so he's done a lot of work with the Echohawk family within the Pawnee tribe there, and it just kind of expanded to the whole Pawnee Nation, the 4 bands there. And like I said, I'm out of the Echohawk family. My mother, she was a Skeedee. She was Skeedee and Kiowa, Tonemaw family out of Mountain View, Oklahoma. My grandfather's name was David Tonemaw. That's where I got my first name. The Echohawk family, my great-grandfather, Echohawk, was a Pawnee Scout. And so with our families and my father, hearing stories of our family's exploits, my uncles being in the war, my grandfather, World War I, I always knew that I was going to join the service. Even when I was a little guy, I knew one day I was going to wear that uniform. And I did. And it's because of how I was raised. My Uncle Brummett, made this flag here, our Pawnee flag. A lot of history goes into that, a lot of meaning. And hearing about all of that and our Pawnee Scouts, like I said, I lived it firsthand, living on those reservations and hearing about how they talked about our Pawnee Scouts. They left a good impression up there. And so my aunt, her name was Virginia Warren, and I had another aunt, my aunt died of Tonemaw. And my mom was, her mom was Mary Catherine Allen. And she is, my grandmother on my mom's side is the last granddaughter of White Eagle, youngest granddaughter of White Eagle. And she had this pipe that was White Eagle's, that was his pipe when they were up in Nebraska. And he brought it was his when he came down. And anyways, it ended up in my grandma's possession. And she told my father, she says, here, this is White Eagle's pipe here. She said, give it to this boy when he gets old enough and becomes responsible. So finally that day came, and now I have this pipe, and I know a lot of prayers went through this pipe here up in Nebraska, seen a lot of ceremonies, and so I'm glad that we use this pipe here in the ceremonies that we still have left here. And as far as being a Pawnee and a Pawnee veteran in my family, like I said, we were just commoners back in the day. We were just commoners. And Echohawk, he was kind of like a right-hand man of one of those. You had the chiefs, and you had your priest and your medicine medicine people, and then you had your warriors, and then within that village there, the chief, he had like 4 right-hand men, and they carried out the wishes of the chief there. Well, he was like one of those guys, and so you know, I always said that we weren't royalty, you know, as Echo Hawks, and you know, I know how we got our name, the Echo Hawk name. Long story short, you know, they heard about him when he would go to the different villages up north when we were still up there. They'd go to the different villages and they'd say, yeah, we heard about you. We heard what you done. Echoing his deeds. That hawk is a bird of prey. It's a warrior bird. It doesn't sing. And so, long story short, that's how we got our name, Echo Hawk. And I'm related to, like I said, White Eagle. He had a daughter, and her name was Ida Weeks because she ended up marrying Ralph Weeks, and that's where I come out of on that family, on the Skeety side. On the Echo Hawk side, got Echo Hawk, and then Baptiste Bahale. So I got 4 of these Pawnee scouts, blood running through me. And you know, I always think about that. And my grandchildren, my children, they got more than me. Scouts, families. And like I said, that I can remember a story my Uncle Wilson told me about the Pawnees before they had the horse. They went out. And they used to go out, I guess, on foot, maybe a war party, expedition party. They went out and they were gone a while. And they came back. And they told the chiefs in the village, we need to go. Basically, we need to go. And they said, well, why? They said, well, 2, 3, 4, whatever days ride north, there's a wall of ice. There was a wall of ice. And, you know, they say that the ice age was 25,000 years ago, something like that, somewhere around there. You know, but we got a story. Tongue talk. Got a story here. You know, and it's been carried on, like Pat said, generation to generation. Talked about that story. Look at this guy right here. Look at his leggings. My father, he was very handy. When I danced, he made everything. Those leggings there, and Pawnees wore that stripe, or put their ribbon work, beadwork on the front of their leggings. And when he was making me leggings and stuff, he was telling me that when they were scouts, when they'd get ready to go out, and they'd be getting ready to distinguish them from the hostiles, that they would put their beadwork on the front, because a lot of them put it on the side. So that's how come you see our Pawnees, we got that. And that's where it comes from, is that those scouts, they could identify from the cavalry during the fight. They could look at the leggings and see that they were friendly. Also, too, he made me a bear claw necklace. And when he was making it, he was telling me about these bear claws amongst the Pawnees. He said there was 3 ways that they earned their bear claw necklace. There's one who actually went out and got you a bear by yourself. or one. Another way was you took it off an enemy, another enemy. Took it that way, or you earned it. And I said I was neither. But he said, by virtue of my military service and what I did, I was a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne. Spent 3 years on jump status. Made 45 jumps, 12 jumps at night. And he said I earned it. And he was a Korean War veteran. He earned a Purple Heart. He was blown off a tank over there. So anyways, I still have all this stuff, but I remember, I want to finish up because I know there's a lot more people here, but I do have one story. When we lived up in Wyoming amongst the Shoshone sheep eaters, snake, that's their sign. Northern Arapaho, take your 3 fingers. They used to tattoo themselves across their chest. Those Northern Arapahos and the Shoshones, my father was a road surveyor. He worked out. And he was always coming across where he worked out. You know, he'd come across eagles and stuff. And so he took them, made fans and stuff. He was working with them. Up there on the reservation, you know, and they knew, you know, hey, go see Hope Echo Hawk, you know, got a bird here, go buy it. My father had a truckload, wings and tails, plumes. One day, 1974, there was a knock on the door. I answered it. It looked like a Chottock standing there wearing a suit. And he wanted to see my dad. So I went and got him. My mother was cooking breakfast. And he invited him in, sat down, and this guy was wanting to buy some eagle feathers. He said that he needed some feathers to make a fan. And so we were getting ready to eat breakfast. So my mother was cooking. So we ate breakfast. We all sat down, we ate breakfast. Of course, we prayed. And then I guess got back to business. So my father went and got some of his stuff, those eagle feathers, and opened them up. And this guy's eyes lit up and reached in there and pulled out his wallet and had $100 bills. And he was saying, well, I want this, I want, you know, he was pointing them out. But my father, you know, he was just telling them about these eagle feathers and how us Indians, us Pawnees, respected them and revered them, and how we looked upon them and how we used them in our ceremonies and in our dances, and how we respected that bird. And he said every time he would pray when he would work with these feathers, he would pray to the Creator, thanking him for this bird and his feathers and what they were going to do with these feathers. He said you took care of them real good. He said you clean them out. And he was showing them detail, you know, how you clean these feathers. You know, it's time consuming. But he said you did it out of respect for that bird when you put these feathers together, when you use them. Like I said, I know there's a lot of people here that don't need to talk, but long story short, he was wanting to buy, and he laid down several $100s on the table there. And my father had a fan that he was already working on. And it wasn't beaded, but it was put together and had buckskin. And so he put it on a table on top of that money, and he slid it across back to him. And he said, no. He said, I'm going to give this to you. He said, I told you all about these feathers. and how we respect them and how we use them. And he said, you told me what you were wanting to use this for. And he said, this has all been good. He said, I prayed over them, made this, and he says, it's going to do good for you and your family for what you want to do. This guy sat there, and he looked on the table, and we were all sitting there. He stood up, reached down, grabbed his money, and he looked up, and he was crying. He had tears. And he walked out, just left. Didn't say nothing. Left that van. Long story short, I believe it was an FBI agent during that time. During that time, you know, they were really cracking down on, you know, people selling eagle feathers illegally. But, you know, he never did anything like that. You know, like I said, it wasn't nothing like that. You know, all his was dealings with Indian folks, you know. And, but anyways, you know, like I said, I did want to do something because I knew Carol was going to be here. I got a picture. Yeah, this picture here is, I think it was taken in 1984 or 85. There's only 3 people left alive in this picture. There's Junior Good Fox. There's, Vance Horse Chief, Alexander Matthews, Vance Horse Chief Jr., Carol Nuttall, Jason Lightfoot, Francis Eagle Chief, Merton Moore, myself, Uncle Ronnie Good Eagle, and Bob Chapman. And everybody is gone in there except for me and Jason and Vance Jr. And, well, you didn't let me finish. I'm back. And, well, I'm back. But I want to thank the community and the organization for inviting me. And, you know, I didn't put anything together. Everything was just off the cuff. But I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak here with everybody else that's here and that's already spoken before. And I feel real honored and blessed that you people are here and that I was invited to speak. And I also know, too, you know, we lost a tribal member, and I just want to extend my sympathies to the family if they may be here. I hope.
Thank you, David. That was awesome. And now we have Larry Goodfox, Chowie Pawnee Elder.
Thank you. I'm going to stay seated here because I can't stand up very long anymore. I guess that's what part of being an elder is now. I don't know. But growing up here in Pawnee, I'm Chowie. I'm part Skeety. My mother was Mary Fields Good Fox, and she was Skeety. My sister Iris and I, we both chose my dad's side, Lawrence Good Fox Jr., Junior Good Fox. we chose the Chowee side. My sister Debbie, she went with my mother on the Skeetee side. And I guess part of growing up here in Pawnee, my dad worked for the BIA for years, and so we lived out here on the reserve. And I always remember my dad was very adamant about our education. He pushed education really, really hard, especially me. And plus, my father, Junior Good Fox, he was really active here in the community. He was president of the Pawnee School Board for a while. He was president of the Pawnee Municipal Hospital when we still had the hospital up here in town. He was on that board, and he just, president of a veterans organization, and was a drumkeeper for the veterans. He was a veteran, a wounded veteran of World War II. And so he was real active in the community. And growing up here myself, like I say, he really pushed education to us. And it was, when I was young, I wouldn't say it was difficult, but it was a little bit different being a native here. You had your different friends. I was able to, I guess, maybe a little more than the others because of athletics. I was able to, like you should maybe say, have some friends that I got invited to different things that maybe some of our other Indian kids didn't get to, but my dad, he really pushed, he pushed me hard, and he just keeps saying, just do the best you can, just do the best you can, and so that was part of my youth growing up. And then later, my dad, I'm going to talk about the mourner's feast, the funeral feast. Up at Lawrence Good Fox Sr., he was one that had that authority to run the mourner's feast, and my dad helped him with it, and then I was also helping them with that. And then after my grandfather, my Uppet, passed away, well, then my dad took that over, and then I helped my dad with that. And then in 1994, December 4th, my father passed away. And so, I'd been helping him, and he taught me everything that needed to be done. And so I didn't know if I was really prepared to carry that on, but exactly 2 weeks later, my Aunt Eleanor passed away on my mother's side, Eleanor Fields. And my cousin Mary Beth, she came and asked me to do the funeral feast for my Aunt Eleanor. So I said, yeah, I'll do it. So that's kind of when I got started with doing the mourner's feast or the funeral feast. And I'm very fortunate that I was able to have my aunts on my dad's side, my Aunt Wanda, my Aunt Elvina, Aunt V, my Aunt Florence. We called her Honey, Aunt Honey, because they had all cooked for my dad, but so they were still able to help me with that part. And so then as they got older and their health got a little bad, well then my aunts on my mother's side were able to help. So I was fortunate to have them to help. My Aunt Ina Tuffertiller, Josie Fields, and they were able to help me. So I feel very fortunate to have my aunts to help me in that way. And my mother, she was a big part of that. There's a process that we have to go through in preparing for these mourner's feast. And as my mom got real elder, there were some times that we had to run a funeral feast. And I know one day at noon I was going home from work, and I saw her car sitting down there at the community house. So I drove down there and I said, "Mom, what are you doing?" She said, "I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you." She said, "Don't we have to cook?" And I said, "No, Mom, that's not till tomorrow." And so she was that. She was just that way, being so helpful, that she was looking forward to helping me with that. So now I'm fortunate that my daughter and my sister Debbie and my niece, they're my nieces. They're my cooks, and they're young, and they just know. Like I say, it's a process, and they just know what to do now. So I myself, and then I have my son Jeff, and now my grandsons, our two older ones, are up there where they can help, and so they're learning. My grandsons are learning, and they want to learn, and that's one of the good things that I'm really glad about, because I've always been a hands-on person when it comes to this. I have to, there's a process, like I say. You've got to start the fire in the morning. You have to, you get everything ready outside. You get your wood. You get, you have to clean those big pots out, and now, I can't really do all that like I want to. So now when I get there and get everything kind of ready, well, the boys and my other helpers, they'll just say, just sit down and we'll get everything ready, and they just know what to do. So, that they've just kind of taken over that. And that, in a way, that's kind of what happened with my dad when he got kind of ill. And so he'd be there, but I just took over doing all of that now. And as far as the mourner's feast, it's not a dinner, I think, anymore. I know a lot of our families, are older families. They knew what to expect, but it seems now that a lot of families think that this is just a dinner, And it's not a dinner. There's a ceremony that goes along with this meal that is being prepared for the family, for the one that's passed away. This preparation for a last meal for the relative, and then the ceremony that goes along with it. And this meal that's prepared, it's used for this ceremony to send with the relative on their journey home. So, and then we're getting away, I think, from years ago. You bring your own dishes, and a lot of families, I know, like I say, that the older ones, they knew what to do, but a lot of the younger ones don't know. And I understand if you have some visitors or other relatives, maybe from other tribes that come that don't know that, but we need to get back to that. So everybody just needs to bring your own dishes and to this, and be respectful for the families. And I think lately we've had a lot more respect in our ceremony there. That it's really been good and noticeable to me that the respect and the reverence for this family. And if we have to maybe get on to some people, for younger children, they need to be quiet. They can't be running around or getting up. It's just something we've learned from years ago. And your grandmas or your uncles get on you, and you don't get mad at them because you know that you've done something wrong. And they're just trying to teaching you what it is they're teaching you to be reverent during this time. And this mourner's feast, this funeral feast, is one of the last ceremonies that we have here in our tribe. So we need to respect that for our families. And then, but generally, when we're called upon to do a feast, then usually the family, a representative of the family, will come to your house or get in contact with you. And like and other things that are done, they might bring you a little food or a little gift, a little basket or something. Not much, it doesn't have to be much, but just a little acknowledgement, asking you for your help. And then I would talk to the family and tell them kind of what to expect, and then get all the information on it. But the main thing, I think, for the Mourner's Feast is to show respect to the family during that time, and because it is a ceremony, one of the last sacred ceremonies that we have here in our tribe. I guess maybe one other thing that I might mention is for my family, my children, they're half Pawnee, and growing up, they had their choice. I didn't push them. My wife didn't push them to choose the way they wanted to go. They made their own decision, and they wanted to follow our Pawnee way, so which is what they've done, and I'm proud of them for that. So, and they're learning they're also teaching their grandchildren, my grandchildren, their children. They're teaching them, and they're following our ways. So I'm really proud of that. And so I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodfox. Can I ask you a question, though? How did it come to your father from Nebraska? Did they bring it down?
We don't really know. All we know is that it's just been handed down from through our family on my father's side.
Thank you. And moving along the agenda now, we have Carol Nuttall, Skeety, self-governance leader.
Thank you so much. Y'all wake up now. Hey. Go get some water, go to the whatever. Wake up. It is an honor and a privilege to be here and to follow such wonderful speakers ahead of me. That's the benefit of being the last one on the agenda. I missed my Skeety chief this morning. I missed his because I had other obligations to be here, and I missed DeSoto Littleson as well. I did get to hear Susie Canujo and brought back some good memories. It was really good. It's such a pleasure to see each one of you all here today. My sister Karen and I want to say Junie. Sandra. Yeah. Patsy Ann and all of y'all back there. Marilyn. It's good to see you guys here. My sister Marilyn too, as well as Marilyn writing in. James, all of y'all know I miss some of y'all. I'm so glad to see the twirler in the Pawnee High School band when we were growing up. Her name was Travis then. Cordelia. And I want to recognize Geneva Horse Chief back here. Her dad is Alfred Horse Chief, who's a good friend of my brother Bill and probably Larry growing up. Larry touched on something. I'm thankful, first of all, to be here and to be asked to be here. And to follow David. David, thank you for bringing back those memories of those pictures way back in the day. That was a good thing, we did back then. Pawnee, we represented the Pawnees at the Fall Fest and Spirit of the People back in the day at the Myriad. It was the Myriad back in the day, but it was amazing to see those Pawnees come in with the flags and Pawnee flags and United States flags. And man, we had, I think Bob Chapman was chairman at the time, and Vance Horse Chief helped me put that together. He did it in a good way, brought all those men together. I just told him what I needed. He went out and did it in a good way. And they were introducing all those men that were there. My goodness, it was Alec Matthews, who was in the Bataan Death March, and Bob, I can't remember what branch he was in. Vance was telling me, he said, yeah, they had Alec, a Bataan Death March, had Bob, a good one he was in, and all those other keen veterans and all their accolades and all their feats, all the wonderful things they did, he said. And then they mentioned my name, Vance Horse Chief Jr., Pawnee Boy Scouts, because he wasn't in the service. He was crazy. Anyway, our Pawnees are crazy. I guess that's how we get through a lot of things, and it's a good way. It's a good way. Laughter is good medicine. But anyway, let me go back up then and try to make a few notes and try to remember a little bit about growing up in Pawnee. I think it's important first for you to know who I am. My parents were Pearl Osborne, and my father was Frank Bubby Nuttall, who was in the Army and served as guard, I think, to the President of France or some type of honor guard back in World War II. He was in Paris a lot. Yeah. And My maternal grandparents are, Abby was her real name on the roll, but everybody called her Effie Little Eagle Osborne. Her mother was Maddie Little Eagle, who walked from Nebraska as a young girl. And Ucka Effie was Chawi, and she married Sam Osborne. Sam Osborne was the son of Billy Osborne. Billy Osborne was a Pawnee scout, and I understand, and this is really good what we're doing today, knowing our ancestors, knowing what we're really all about, because Billy Osborne was a Camp Grier. And Aunt Mona's going to be showing, they have a really good film of her show at the end. I hope you'll stay for it. Tells about the Camp Grier back in the days, you know, and how they did. Well, my Aunt Minnie's boy, oldest boy, Sonny Fields, here's father, Indian way, he's my brother, so this is my son here. Of course, I call him Tiwa, and I call him everything else. It's really my son. So I'm thankful for him because you all have made him the Camp Crier now, and he's holding up that name in a good way. He tries to help everybody that he can. He don't ask for anything. He does it with a good heart. He feeds people, and I think he's a good example of how we need to be toward one another. And that's a good way, and I was so thankful, so blessed by that. So that's my mother's side, Pearl Osborne. I love my mother. She died when she was about 50, so we lost her young. My paternal parents, from my dad, Frank Bubby Nuttall, his mother was Mary Leader Nuttall, and she was the daughter of Frank Leader and Scutus. And she married Ernest Roland Nuttall. He was part Potawatomi and Tadikstaka. And Frank Leader was the heir of one of the two bundles associated with Big Star, the Morning Star, which I found pretty interesting because my grandmen now, John Michael Knife Chief and Dennis Knife Chief, are of the Knife Chief side, Ski Morning Star people. So I thought that was very interesting. And David told a really interesting story, and I'd like to share. I want to recognize Roger Echohawk because, you know, Frank Leader is not a name that we know much of, but we hear much of today. So I wanted to know something about him too, because I did not know. And so I asked Roger if he would do some research for me, and he did. He is so kind. And I'm going to just tell you what he said, because, and he says some of this in Indian, and I'm not going to say that because I can't speak Pawnee, but I'm learning. Frank Leader was born about 1835 to 1836 and he mentions it's Old Town. It was located on the north bank of the Many Wild Potatoes River. His first wife's name was recorded as Stisawi Ood, and I can't say it right. They had as many as 5 children. One daughter was Rebecca Moses White, who married John Moses and then Barclay White. She had many children. Another daughter was Emma Moses, also known as Lida Moses. She also married John Moses, and she also had many children. Frank Leader's second marriage involved 2 wives. Scutus Leader had as many as 6 children, and that was my Grandma Mary's mother. She died about October 6, 1908, at about the age of 68. And Spapa Leader, I know I'm not saying that right, had as many as 5 children, and in 1897 they separated. In the years around 1900, Frank Leader was known as a ceremonialist, He was the heir of one of the two bundles associated with Big Star, Morning Star. According to one account, when he sought to pass along the traditions associated with his bundle, he found that younger Pawnees were more interested in the ghost dance. In a ceremony held in 1905, Frank sang a song about Big Star, describing the morning star as a man anointed with red ointment, buffalo moccasins on, the robe on the hair was turned out, black buffalo lariats about the waist with a bunch of it hanging down behind. On the left arm rested a war club. James R. Murray was present, setting down notes. He wrote that as Frank Leader sang, quote, "The men began to cry," end quote. Then Frank Leader prayed to Big Star, quote, telling it to remember the people, that they still remembered its promises to the people, and that he asked for rain and good crops and for help in driving away illness. Frank Leader died on November 8, 1907. And today, that is going to be my prayer as one of his descendants. Prayer for the people. We need to all pray for one another, lift one another up, speak good to one another. And I know it's hard because we all have faults, and I know I do. But we've got to be good to one another. Our children are watching us. So I wanted to share that with you. I'm so thankful for Roger. I have so many other things. I was making notes as people were talking because I didn't have anything prepared either. And I know when you're the last speaker, people are kind of wanting to go home and that sort of thing, you know. And we're getting ready for camp, and I am so disturbed about losing one of our elder statesmen in our tribe, William Howell, who dedicated his life to being president of the veterans and held this Wichita ceremony in high esteem, held it up, took care of it all these years, and all like that. And his wife too, Clem, you know, and their family, you know. I just ask that you all remember them in prayer. I know you will. My card here says Carol Nettle. You know what? You notice it doesn't say elder. It says Carol Nettles, Ski self-governance leader. Let me talk just a little bit about self-governance. I want to mention also, Larry touched on how different it was growing up, and we're about the same age, although I'm younger. And yeah, when we were growing up, it was tough. I mean, not like Larry made a really good distinction, because not everybody has the same story. My story, I didn't like growing up here in Pawnee. I felt very discriminated against. I did. I hated my high school years. My brother Bill was a basketball star, so he got treated real good. Like Larry was a basketball star, he got treated real good, and I'm glad. But you had to fight for it. Bill was playing basketball at Pawnee up here, and they wouldn't play him, and he was one of the best players. They wouldn't play him. And so he told him, you know, if you're not going to play me, that's okay. I'm going to go to Chilocco. They'll play me up there. Boy, they put him on that court, and he became a star. And that's the kind of thing I remember growing up in Pawnee. So I'm sorry if I'm thankful that other people don't have that experience, but I did, and I didn't want my kids to have to grow up in that environment. So I've been a fighter for Indian rights all my life. And some people disagreed back in the day with AIM, but I'm telling you right now, if it wasn't for AIM doing what they did back in the day, things would not have changed as quick as they did. We brought attention not only through the United States, but internationally to the problems of Indian people and how we were being treated here in this country. Nobody was talking about it. Everybody had swept it under, and we were all being assimilated. One of the reasons I don't know a lot about, I believe, about my culture and that sort of thing, I had good parents, good grandparents, but I believe a lot of them was told not to. They were in that era where they tried to take away our ways, you know, the boarding school era and like that. I have a really good dear friend that I call my sister. She's Pawnee and Kickapoo. Her name is Janelle Downs. I wish she was here today. Yeah, she's in Tulsa at a conference, and then she went home. She's on the Kickapoo Tribal Council, but she's just finishing up a term. But she lost her mother, Jenny Lou, at a very young age. Her mother and my mother evidently were really good friends because either, I don't know which way it was, but I think I sent her, Janelle, a birthday card when she was 1 year old, and she still got it. So that's how far we go back. We are true sisters. But her and Wanda and Brother Downs didn't have a mother to take care of them because she died, and their dad just couldn't do it. He loved them, he could not do it. So they all went to the Indian school, and that's where I met Janelle when we were growing up. She was in the Pawnee Indian boarding school. So to this day, I have that friendship, and I'm thankful for it. Gosh, there's so much. Let's see, so that was high school. I went to Haskell. Oh my gosh, I love Haskell. And then I lived in California for a while with my sister's Haymans out there, and went to some powwows out there and stuff. Worked for the LA Indian Center. We did some wonderful things there for CETA at the time, and JT, then it turned to, I think, JTPA. So we did some wonderful things for Indian people in urban areas during that time. A lot of Indians went out there on the relocation thing and error, and they were raising their kids out there, you know, and that sort of thing. And that's how Russell Means got out there. That's how Wilma Mankeller got out there. That's how come they were all out there, and they ended up taking over Alcatraz because they were out there. Their folks were on the relocation scene, and that's where they grew up. They knew they weren't being treated right, so they got into it there. And it's not to be mean. It's not to be mean and disrespectful to other people. I never bought into a lot of some of the things that AIM did, but I bought into waking up the Indian people and letting them know that we and our kids are worth fighting for. And when the BIA was taken over, and I'm not saying I was a part of that, but I'm saying when the BIA was taken over in Washington, my Aunt Ramona worked there, and we were on the BIA grounds, and she came and picked me up and went in her car just to take a ride. And we went around the block, and we had a good little visit. Oh, how's so-and-so? They're good, blah, blah, blah. Carol, why are you doing this? I thought, oh, here it comes, you know. And I said, because, without hesitation, because I do not want my daughter growing up to be a second-class citizen. And that's why I did what I did for our people, for our children. And we knew at that time in the 70s, we knew that it wasn't always going to be like that. It didn't have to always be radical and that type of thing. We knew that one day we would be fighting a new fight. We would be fighting that fight with educated Indian people, educated lawyers, educated doctors, fighting our battles in the courts, fighting our battles with health in the hospitals and clinics. And we have been able to do that through tribal self-governance, the Indian Self-Determination Act. And I am I have tried to champion that law from the beginning. And I started that here at the Pawnee tribe, and the 638 Act, self-determination, was passed under the, and believe it or not, Nixon was our friend. He really went to bat for self-determination. And it was passed in 1975, and that was Title I of 25 CFR, Public Law 93-638, Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act. So at that time, about just before, like 78, something in that place, I was working for the tribe here at Pawnee. And I learned about that law. I read the CFR, I read the regs, and I thought, hey, well, it wasn't just me. It wasn't just me now, but I read the regs, and I said, we can take over these programs, take over something else, take it over in a good way, take it over lawfully. So we started writing proposals, and those proposals that we wrote back under Title I 638 in the late 70s are still in operation today. Our education program, our law enforcement program, our adult vocational training program, and I know I'm leaving some stuff out, but there's so much history there, and I know it's late, and I don't want to keep you, but I don't want to leave it out either, because during that time, we didn't even have a police force. We had security guards, and might know Indians how they like to tease, and they'd say, they're just, all they are door knockers. They go and check the doors at night to make sure they're locked, around the tribe. So we didn't leave it at that. We passed a constitutional revision to make to give us law enforcement authority. And luckily, we were not a public law, not 280 state, which means that the state didn't have any jurisdiction over us. So we were able to get our security department turned into a full-fledged law department, and Bunky Echohawk, who was here earlier, has left, helped us do that as well. So now we've got full-fledged, police department, courts, fire department, and that's sovereignty. Now, come on forward to 2005. Well, actually, I think it was like in the late 1988, they passed on the BIA side the Indian Self-Determination Act, Title IV. And so then they were able to strengthen the tribal sovereignty a little bit more. Under Title I, we could bring some programs over from the government BIA, IHS side to the tribal side, tribal umbrella, and run them ourselves. And remember, at that time, there were tribes you could not even call on the phone. They didn't have tribal offices because they didn't have any money. That's the way I grew up. That's how I grew up. You couldn't even call tribes on the phone. And look where we are now. And it's because of self-determination, y'all. It is. And so then in the 80s, they passed BIA one, and the Cherokees came in and did a demonstration project along with some others, and it brought us a little farther. And more recently, just in 2000, they passed the Title V. This is the Tribal Self-Governance Demonstration Project. At that time, I went to work for the Indian Health Service in Rockville, Maryland, in the Office of Tribal Self-Governance. I always said I would never work for the government, because I always felt like good Indian people went to work for the government and up in D.C., and the bureaucracy just sucked them in, and they changed from really wanting to be tribal champions over to just doing a job. I've seen it. That was my perspective anyway, up there. So I never thought I'd be a government employee, but the tribes drove tribal self-governance. The tribes this is a tribal-driven initiative. The tribes are self-governance themselves. So I was fortunate enough to be a part of the initial part of this movement, and I helped to work with it with national leaders like Joe Dela Cruz, Ron Allen. We just came from a tribal self-governance conference. Do you know he's been chairman of the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe in Washington for 45 years. I seen Chief Standing Bear, who was a speaker up there yesterday, and I was talking to him in the hallway. He said, man, Ron Allen's been chief for 45 years. And we could not have been where we're at today if it weren't for people like Ron Allen, Henry Kagi of Lummi up in the Northwest, And the Chickasaws and the Choctaws, the Kaw Nation, I was their first self-governance director. So I was so blessed to get in on the ground floor of all this wonderful thing. Now the Pawnees are self-governance. They're self-governance under the Indian House Service. They are looking at the BIA now. And that doesn't mean that we're going to be taking jobs away from our people at IHS or at BIA, no. It means that they will have the opportunity, they could have the opportunity to, if we ever take everything, to move over, keep their same job, keep their same retirement and everything else, but they'll be working for the tribe and not for the government. But they still get all their benefits. So you're really not losing out on anything. It's a matter of education, people knowing what they can do. So let me tell you some of the benefits of that. Right now, there's a lot of people, and I know we have our cattle company out here and that sort of thing. Well, there's a lot of tribes that are doing that and meat processing, and I think we're looking at that too. The USDA has become is going to be one of the next self-governance agencies. They are opening their doors to self-governance. There is a lot of money out there going to Indian tribes. And tribes are now looking at the new farm bill, you all. If anybody works for Indians, look out for the new farm bill. There's money in there for tribal governments coming out. And if you can get your your cattle, homegrown cattle, tribal cattle and processed on your own tribal processing plant and get it USDA certified. You know, when you go buy hamburger or steak at the market, it says USDA certified. Well, if you can get them to certify your meat, you can market it nationwide. That opens the whole nation up to a market for your product right here. And we are now in the Treasury Department, you all. We have a U.S. Treasurer who is the chief of the, what's Lynn's tribe? Mohegan tribe. And she is a beautiful person, very nice lady. And her and Ron Allen and others are making inroads into the Department of Treasury. They're giving out money to tribes. I'm going to quit here because I can see you all waiting. But just know that this is a good road. This is a good road. And again, I thank David for bringing that pictures. I will tell you, when you mentioned some things up north, I know Alvin Windy Boy from years ago. He was the president at one time of Rocky Boys. And him and his brother Jonathan have both told me stories about the Pawnees being up there, and I can't remember the story specifically, but it may have been about a drum. I can't remember, but it was a strong story about our Pawnees. It was like only the Pawnees were victorious over that. It was wonderful to hear those guys tell me that. I told them, see how you are? Hey. So it was good. We are known the worldwide. And I also want to mention Deborah Eckerhawk. We were in a meeting recently over here, I think, and somebody said, define food sovereignty. And in my mind, the answer to that is Debbie Eckerhawk. She is amazing. We would have nothing if it hadn't been for her tireless efforts, and I'm thankful for her. Oh, okay, I have a picture. Wes Studi is also my friend. Had dinner with him out in L.A. one time. Him and what's that guy's name that worked at UCLA? Was head of it. He was Mary NQ's tribe, Kiowa, Hane Gigama. He was head of that American Indian Dance Theater out there. We met at his house every evening for dinner. Him, Wes Studi and his wife, John Trudell, Joseph Running Fox. I can't remember. So we would meet there, then we'd go down to West Hollywood and have dinner. It was so fun. But I got to tell you, when Wes and his wife got to there before I did, and Catherine and I walked in, and when I walked in, I said something to Wes. Man, he started spilling out that Pawnee language, and I was so embarrassed because I didn't know what he said. Of course, it was the movie words, the stuff you heard in the movies. I didn't know, but I had told him to bring some pictures, so I did have him sign one to the Pawnee tribe back in the day, so I will make that available to the tribe at some point as well. I wanted to mention about Dorna was talking about roasting corn outside. When we worked in the 70s with Theta Starr, me, Charlie Gover, Jay Lyons, and Katie Frateller worked with her on an Indian education project. And we had just got a new video camera, and we were playing around with it because we didn't know how to work it. But we went over to the Indian school, and they were having those language classes over there, you know. Charlie Gover had a big old camera on his side, like he knew what he was doing. And we were taping those classes where they were doing language classes. It was Susie's grandfather, Philip Jim, and Effie Osborne, or Ucka, and Myra, maybe Myra Epler, and I just can't remember who else. But anyway, we got to talking to them about different things. We said, how do you say the word crazy? And they got real quiet, and I guess they were thinking how to say crazy. And Ucka Effie told Philip, how do you say crazy in Pawnee? And he got real quiet. Finally, he looked at him, he said, gravy. We all started laughing. He said, oh, I thought you were talking about this school over here. Oh, our folks are so cute and wonderful. I just love them. So let's see, I think that's all I had on my list. There's probably more, but I think James wants to interview me sometime, so if he has about a week and a half, we'll get this done, get all these on there. No. That's all I have. Questions? Which time? Oh, yes, I will. I had that on my list, and I'm sorry. Just give me 5 minutes. This is when I was on the Pawnee Business Council in the 80s. That's when we first found out about those graves in Kansas and Nebraska, our Pawnee Scouts. Oh, it was such a sad time, you all. And there was this one in Kansas, this open pit in Kansas. Our people were laying in there, our ancestors. And this farmer it was on his land, and he was charging admission for tourists and people to come in. And he would be standing over that pit, hanging on his pitchfork, telling about whatever he knew about it. And then he just spit tobacco in there. That's what they brought to our council. I think Junior Goodfox was president during that time. And then another one with the Scouts is we were at a meeting with NARF in D.C. We were sitting around their conference table, and some young man came in and whispered in Bunky's ear. And then when he left, Bunky said, we just found out that was it 4 or 5 crania? 6 crania. They might have just had noticed 4 at that time, I don't remember. We ended up with 6 crania sitting on the shelves at the Smithsonian. It's the first time we had heard of it. So went back to the council. Long story short, James writing in, myself, Walter Echohawk, Roger Echohawk, and I think Susan Sean Harjo sat on that meeting with us. I don't know how that happened, but it was a good thing. And that's all I can remember that was there at the time, James. And we met with the head of the Smithsonian, and we had asked them, or Bunky had asked them early on, have you done any tests on these people? And he said no, and we were trying to get them to release them and bring them back so we could bring them back home, you know. And we were having that discussion, and then later on that secretary of that whatever started talking and mentioning what they had done, and he said they carbon dated them to whatever that, however long that was, however old they were. They were young men just being mustered out, actually. So they were just younger than we are. Little young Dennis is even younger than Dennis Sonnyboy's age, just being mustered out of the service, our young men, that was their skulls sitting on those shelves. And we were trying to get him, send them home, send our people home. And then they told us that they had carbon dated them, and Bunky said, so you have conducted tests on them. We fought. We finally got them home, and a few years later, one of the staffers on John McCain's staff in D.C., John McCain was a real warrior for self-governance. We worked with him real close as well. His name, I think, was Phil Bankershank, was on his staff, and I had done a video for one of the conferences, and how was it? Oh, I had told him maybe that when the Pawnees went up there to escort those crania back to Nebraska so we could put them away, the only congressman that showed up was John McCain. And that staffer that seen me years later had a copy of his manuscript that he had wrote that day. And so he shared it with me, and I will be glad to share that with the library as well. So John McCain was a true warrior for the people. So we got him, we put him away, and James wrote a book on them. So there's a book out there that you can read of what happened to our young men when they were coming out. I got to tell you this one thing, dang, we got to do this again, is when we were putting those young men away in Nebraska and Genoa, and the Army had a guard detail there to help, a funeral detail to help us put them away. I don't know if you were there or not, Denise, at that time. And as we were standing there, and those young Army men dressed in their clothes, military clothes, came by, and they were sorry for your loss, and to each one of us. They were babies. They were like 18 years old, or something like that. And what came to my mind, this is how old these young men were that we're putting away today. Had their whole life ahead of them. And they wanted to prove that Indians and other races, well, Indians, were less intelligent than Chadek-Stakas. So they were measuring our crania. Am I correct? Okay. And that's why, so they said, we got these young men being mustered out. Go, and I don't remember if they were already gone or what, but I do know they gave the order to decapitate them and send their crania back for study so they could help prove that. That's how they treated us. I can't remember everything that James is saying, and it's very important, but what I do remember is that the Surgeon General of the United States sent forth an order to bring them back to the Army medical facility in D.C. to study their crania. In a nutshell, it was an official order from the United States. That's how our people were treated. These were scouts that had served in the U.S. Army to fight with the United States against others. So I'm going to I hate to leave on a note like that.
I think when they put those scouts away up there, my dad was supposed to be the speaker, but he had passed away at that time. So they asked me to come up and speak at that site there at the cemetery, and so I did. I have no idea what all was said, but there is a CD that I have of that when I was speaking there at that site. So I've been gonna probably bring it here, so they can get a copy of it.
Thank you. So this and other stories, thanks to James and I think Bunky and certainly Denise and Ms. Chapman, thank you. And if I'm leaving anybody out, please forgive me. Thank you for doing this project. It's going to serve to keep our culture together, our stories together for our people. I used to close up the National Archives when I was in D.C. At midnight. I would be the last one in there looking for Pawnee records. So now we can do it here at our own home. So, to everybody, and thank you for your time. God bless you. God bless your families. God bless you all that have lost people recently. God bless the tribe as we go through the next days to walk with us. And thank you. Did I?
Okay, moving along the agenda, we have Helen Norris to speak on like the Kikahaki, the women's part and her life. Lock the door, she said. Yeah, we had a video of Ramona Osborne. She's almost 90 or is 90 years old, and we wanted to record her. We wanted her to come here, but unfortunately, due to her health, she wasn't able, and so we got a recording, but we haven't been able to download it yet. But it will be available in our Pawnee archive, digital archive. So for now, here's Helen, last but not least.
I will not be long, but Denise asked me to speak, and then she called me back and she said, too many Echo Hawks. So I was supposed to be the moderator, but anyway, on what Carol was talking about, we demanded a full military escort, and we did. We took the chiefs and the councils with us, and the whole thing was very, very sad, but a lot of people don't know this. We took them to Nebraska, and then from our homelands in Nebraska, then we all stayed in Lincoln. So that morning we were going back home, and I couldn't even talk about this before, but we went to eat. There were so many of us, and we split up, and we went to eat, and I was with Walter and Pauline, and I was in charge of everybody, the chiefs, everybody who was there, and they gave us our water, and we had Bill Eves, we had everyone there, and they just wouldn't wait on us, and wouldn't wait on us, and so Pauline and I told Walter, you're the attorney, get up there and tell them, so he did, and they wouldn't wait on us, and I couldn't get it through my head that they weren't going to. And Walter said, go tell everybody that we're leaving. We're in mourning. We're not going to throw a fit. We're going to go to another place. And so I had to tell everyone, we need to leave. Just walk out quietly. They're not going to feed us. They're not going to wait on us. So we walked out, and as we walked out, the cooks and the waiters and everyone, they clapped. And it's horrible. And then we came on home, and we held the funeral feast here. But yeah, if it wasn't for Junior Good Fox, and a lot of it started, Bunky was looking for he had to have a contact in Pawnee, and nobody wanted to do it. It's years back, and I think in the 70s. nobody wanted to do it. And I always got, in my programs, but Tribe always gave me extra things to do, so I couldn't do it, and I didn't want to do it. And nobody wanted to do it, and a lot of our Pawnees questioned whether those were really human bones. Maybe they're just dog bones. What are y'all doing? So Bunky kept calling me, and I said, I'm trying to talk to people, but nobody wanted to do it, wanted to take care of these bones, hundreds of them, thousands of them. And finally he called me and he said, now you have to do it. And I said, no, Bunky. And he said, yeah, you have to, because the archaeologist who's supporting us in Kansas and working with us, his name is Tom Whitty, and my dad's name was Whitty. So I said, okay, I'll do it. But it was sad. We couldn't have done it without our leaders, Junior Good Fox and the chiefs. But it said here on the agenda, growing up in Pawnee, and I grew up in Pawnee in a cultural home. We couldn't, my dad couldn't talk to my grandma, that's his mother-in-law, that you didn't do that. And we couldn't run around in the house, and we couldn't whistle because we had a pipe. And when it would storm, I would always get in a big panic, and I'd stir things up and stir my brothers and sisters up. And my grandma would say, sit down and behave, and nothing's going to happen to us because we've got that pipe. So, at the time, I used to think, yeah, that pipe ain't going to help us. But it did. It did, and we still have it today in our family. And what else was? Oh, we were talking about the. I grew up with Bill and Mamie Morgan, and he had a fireplace. So he always held meetings. People always came up to their house, and so we were always around that. And back to where my dad couldn't talk to my grandma because it was disrespectful. And it was also the time when it was disrespectful for us to look at anyone in their eyes. You just didn't do that. That was disrespectful. And so you have to learn how to not do that. When I left the tax commission, Lily Harms, she was raised like I was in a cultural home. I said, Lily, now when I leave, you're going to have to talk to these people because it's a business now and you're going to have to look right at them. And she said, never, I'll never do that. And she never has. But when somebody would come to my grandma for advice, she never would talk to them unless she went into her room and she put on a blanket. And then, a lot of our people have this special, I don't know what it's called, like they can kind of see things. And my sister was one. And she was supposed to go next door. We had an elderly lady who lived next door to my grandmother. And my grandma told my sister, Hilaire, go and ask so-and-so if she wants some ice cream because I'm going to send you down after it. So Hilaire went up there, came back, and said to my grandma, I asked her, and she said yes, but something scared me. And my grandma said, what was it? And she said, there was something on the wall, and it was breathing. So my grandma put on her blanket, and she walked up there, and it was a sacred bundle. So, working with repatriation, we knew that they were living things, beings, and some, my grandma said, even dropped down from the heavens. And our people, I'm jumping around because, again, I wasn't prepared to talk. I thought I was going to be the moderator. But, my grandparents said that many a time our people would go up to, where Pikes Peak is now, and talk one-on-one with the Lord. So, and another time I was over here with Walter. We had something here at the museum years back, and there was a hoe, an H-O-E. And I say that because it brings up another story. That crazy June Hamilton took my job at the school, and her first day that she worked, she called me at my work, and she said, Helen, and you all are all grown up, she said, what is a hoe? And I went, what? Your first day of school, they're already calling you that? And I said, I think it's just the way the black people say, whore. They call it a hoe. They call them a hoe. And so every time I tell that story, I have to bring that up. It's so dumb. But I was back here looking at a hoe, H-O-E. And Bunky reminded me that when Elizabeth Blackwell was the president, we went up to Washington, D.C. to release some remains, and we were getting ready to move them out, and they have to look at them. They have to see that what we're bearing, what they're giving us. So he told Elizabeth she did not have to go, because it's really moving. And but she wanted to as our president, so she went and she cried. It was horrible. But he said, Helen, because I was looking at that hoe, and he said, many of the women, or most of the women, were buried with their hoes. And I said, dang, Bunky, that really makes me mad. I very rarely get upset with him. It really makes me mad that you all keep these. They're not like secrets, but they're things that need to be told. Because many times our people would say, when we lose somebody, oh, you don't need to put nothing in that casket because they're gone. Well, they believe that. Their hoes were very special to them, so I wanted to look and I wanted to see if they had a special marks on those hoes or not. And we had one here, but they couldn't find it. And it was the shoulder of a buffalo, and it was all put together, and I really wanted to look at it to see if the women marked it. But those hoes were so special to them that, yeah, they took them with them when they were gone, so that's good to know. And it's like what Susie said, once you grow up like that, that's just a normal thing. We went to every dance, and we danced, and my grandpa Bill Morgan kept those ceremonies going by himself. It wasn't, it wasn't like now. We can't afford to have our ceremonies because we don't have the money to do it. So now we have a committee, and we all donate to these committees. So if you all ever have the urge to help financially, that they could really use it, because every cent they need, or we won't be able to hold those ceremonies. And nobody has talked about this, but I'm the oldest daughter, the oldest granddaughter, so I have more responsibilities that I was required to do. And when I was born on the Echo Hawk side, they were all excited and said I was special because all those boys. I was always raised around, I think I have 20 male cousins, the Wildcats, all the Echo Hawks, whatever, and we're still really close today. And my parents passed away early. They were both 43 years of age. But all my uncles and my cousins and my aunts and uncles in this Pawnee Nation just surrounded me. So I've always wanted to give as much as I can. And we're my Echo Hawk people are real generous. And so we try to continue that today. In fact, we were having a family reunion tomorrow, and we'll go back and we'll invite after this is over with, we're going to go invite the Howe family to come and eat with us. And people always say, you hear them, and they'll say, oh, they'd give you the shirt off your back, and this and that. And my dad would give his shirt off. Truly, my sisters and brothers were with him, and my mom, and they were in Oklahoma City, and he saw one of his friends walking with his wife, and it was really cold. He didn't have a coat. So my dad pulled over and gave him a coat, and then he went in the back of the car, and he took out his boots, and he gave him his boots. So when people say that, I thought, oh, I bet they wouldn't really give you the shirt off their back. But, my dad did, so we always grew up with that, knowing that if, what little you have, that somebody else may need something. So we've always tried to do that. And when I said that, they said there's too many Echo Hawks. Man, I was talking to James, and I said, it's just because we don't sit back. If we see that there's a need, or if there's a committee we want to be on, we just ask. It doesn't happen. I mean, they're not really choosing us. We just try to go where we need to go. And yeah, James is excellent, absolutely excellent. If you all may have any questions, he's so smart. And before I left the tribe, or maybe I had left the tribe, and somebody gave me the repatriation grant. I glanced at it and I read it, and I thought, oh my gosh, they didn't get the main part. It's different. It's a different type of grant. So I called James. He's super busy. And I said, man, we're not going to get funded if this goes. So as busy as he was, he called and talked to the people who were working on the grant, and we got it. Good man. I hope he moved down here. He's my favorite writing in. And then also we always participated in the Wichita dances, or we go back and forth. We were the only tribe in the United States at one time to have that visitation. We were always down there. And hang games, they had 1,000 hang games, and I had to go with my grandparents all the time, but me and Iris and Debbie and Mary Beth, we were in the kitchen all the time, and we played jacks until it was our turn. And I was telling my granddaughter this, and she said, what's jacks? But I had being on this committee that I'm on with Larry and Pat. They really do sometimes listen to my side, the women's side. And I'm kind of jumping around, but Tom Morgan, he came down in a saddlebag from Nebraska, just a little bitty boy. And he was, that's when the Wild West show was going on, and he made a total pest of himself because he knew he could walk the tightrope. And, and that wasn't his thing. That they were supposed to be riding horses and other things, but he made a total pest of himself that they let him do that. And then he was the guard for this bank down here, and so he would follow them with a rifle and his Indian blanket on, and the bank people would walk with their money, to the railroad, and then he would follow them. So my Uncle Brummett, he painted a picture of Tom Morgan that's in that bank, and that's what he's doing. I think he's got a rifle. A long time. I wish they'd give it to me. That brings me just real quick to OSU. They have an Echo Hawk project, and it's on my Uncle Brummett, and they gathered up all of the Echo Hawk paintings that are there at OSU, and they displayed them, and there's a lot that we never saw before. And Uncle Brummett, he painted Pistol Pete, and it was the only painting that Pistol Pete allowed to sit for, and because they were friends, and it was given to OSU, and Uncle Brent didn't want it to go, but it did, and they lost it. And at the time, it was worth $55,000. So they made a bunch of posters all over OSU to see what happened to it. That's interesting, but it's not just the Echo Hawks. It's all the men in the 45th. We had a lot of Pawnee men, and they've gone to Italy to trace where all these men had gone to, and they're going to have a big to-do later on, and also at the National Museum here in the Indian Museum in Oklahoma City, they're going to have something, so all of these families will be invited to see, because they were really something, these men. And it was, every ceremony, everything we just went and to see, and it's interesting. My grandma, Mamie Morgan, she had 8 children, but she could only keep 6 because all the others only keep 2, and all the others went to boarding school. And my mother never one time talked about it. My dad talked about it all the time, about him going to this little country school up the road and all the antics they did, he and the Chapmans. But my mother never talked about it, and I went to a gravy reunion, to which we might do that someday again. And this lady, a Ponca lady, sat beside me, and she said, "Are you Chris Morgan's daughter?" And I said, "Yeah, I am." And she said, "I was her roommate." I said, "Roommate? I didn't even know they. And she said they had a beauty contest here, and I said, at the Indian school? And she said, "Yeah." She said, "I really wanted to win it." And I said, "Oh." And she said, "You know who won it?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Your mother won it." And I said, "My mother won a beauty contest at the Indian school?" And she never said anything about it, so I knew she hated to go. Because had I won that beauty contest, I'd still be talking about it. "Remember when I won that beauty contest?" But I knew she didn't like it. And my dad, his George Echo Hawk, when he got his allotment, it just so happened that he had some 5 or 7 wells that hit. And actually, we just learned that he probably was a millionaire. He was very generous with his money, and he gave like $25,000 to start the Indian Veterans. And my uncle David, he's asleep. My uncle Bunky was the head drum keeper. And but, again, he had to go through the Bureau, and I'm sure they cheated him like they did everybody else. And so now we're trying to bring back things, and if you women all remember, we're trying to bring back any time we have a tribal function, funeral, anything like that pertains to our tribe, to wear your blankets or shawls. We've been doing that, and I went to a funeral over in Oto country, and one lady had on her blanket at the funeral grounds, and I said, "Oh, I'm so glad you're wearing your blanket." And she said, "Because you Pawnees are doing it, you're starting to bring that back." And I said, "Yeah, we are." So, and we also brought back through our committee, Sonny Boy's position, and he does wonderful. And we brought back the scalp dance, that we had. So we're trying to hang on to what we have. Oh, and I made a couple of donations that Reed Matt is really funny. The knife chief boys, worked at the courthouse, and they called me. They said they had something for me. Tom and Steve and Charlie. So I went out to see what it was, and it was this big, huge reed mat. And Uncle Johnny's mom, who was an Echo Hawk, made that for him when he was a baby. It's the only one we have in our tribe that we know of. And so I said, you know, you could give this to somebody else. I don't want a big tug of war over to somebody from the knife chief side, even though we're related, to come and say, you know, hey, that's not your man. So they had a letter for me stating that, you know, it belonged to me, but it's back there, and we're hoping to, somebody from TU who can teach us how to make mats like that, because they use them all the time. And what's funny is that Matt Reed, he worked in Oklahoma City, so I had to call him. Matt Reed, I need help with the Reed mat. We laughed and laughed because I thought that was so funny. And then also I had the opportunity to buy a peace medal, and it's back there, and it's a Pawnee peace medal. And when I got it, it was wrapped in buffalo hide. It was really old. And then also a code talker medal that's here. So if you all have anything that you want to donate, now is a good time, because, you know, we're really hoping we'll get another museum. And we've already done the work on the museum, and I did say that I wanted them, it was students from OSU, they had a contest, and I said, I would really like to have a museum where we could go up on top, if you make it like a round house, or a round mud lodge, and then we could see what it's like, what our people, you know, did when they lived up in Nebraska, and they were always set on them. So they were going to do that. So we've just come a long ways, and I'm so thankful that I get to sit on the committee. And I thank you, Denise, for asking. I always want to say Denise has a brother named DeNephew. But anyway, that was all, because there are some of us who grew up in the culture with our grandparents. So I just wanted to pass that on to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. On short notice, that was good. Okay, thank you for everyone's kind attention, and we have 3 more door prizes. So I'd like to give Jess the privilege of, can you fit your hand in there? You can't? Oh, he didn't get a ticket? Oh. Okay, hold on.
I just embarrassed him.
Anybody else have a Oh, okay. And what's your name? I always had to start up. Okay, this one is Dennis Olivia Jimboy. Does anyone know Olivia?
That's Susie's granddaughter.
Susie. Oh, okay.
Jada's daughter.
Oh, okay, so she won that one. Oh, we ought to. You sure you think? You want me to go try to track her down, or just, what do you want? You want to draw again? What, can I get a vote? Heidi? Shall we do it?
Yeah.
Not here? Okay, here. Well, she didn't put her number on there either, so. Debbie Eckhart. She's not here either. Well, it's got corn in it. She has plenty of corn. Here. Oh, Jackie Lewis. Do you know Jackie Lewis? That was my little Novus friend's mom, I think. But we'll try again because somebody here is lucky, huh? Okay. Oh, gosh. Field?
Just give it to Larry.
Okay, so here, I'll pick one now. I'll pick a winner. Angela Thompson. Okay, she's here.
That's your mama.
And now it's Lindsay for the closing comments.
Well, thank you everybody for coming, and to our speakers for volunteering their time to be here, and to you all for coming and then sticking through to the very end. This is going to be our closing session and the next steps for our project. And for the project that I'm kind of more working under, which is the research library, we just now kind of almost finished up at collecting the books and putting them on the shelves, but we're still in the process of collecting more books, more specific to Pawnee history. And for our digital project, we're still in the works of finalizing more travel dates to get more material, digitized materials related to Pawnee history, more in line with like student records that went to Indian boarding schools. Also, I kind of want to put out there that there's still lots of food left over, so feel free to take some food with you when you go. And I want to mention again that we're taking in names and a sign-in sheet for volunteer video interviews, so you can come up here if you're interested in making like an oral history on your Pawnee history, or interested in making a recording session with us so that we can upload it to our Mercutu portal or digital archive. So you can like leave your contact information up here with us, and after 4 p.m. we're going to have a small tour of the Pawnee Library upstairs if it's not closed. It's dark up there. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's something that we're going to plan on doing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, did anybody else have any other questions?
Well, it's been a great day. It's been a powerful day to hear all these stories, to renew all acquaintances and bring back these memories, of us working for the Pawnee Nation, to bring our ancestors back home, to preserve our culture, to tell the stories about growing up. It's really great to hear this, and it really contributes to what we're trying to do. And we want to encourage you, if you have photographs or anything, again, in your homes that related to Pawnee's documents, we would love to document them and put them online so that we can preserve this knowledge for our people. Because if they just sit around in boxes, you know, if you have things, or in shelves, it's going to get destroyed. And even the technology keeps changing, like the cassette tapes. You know, those have a short lifespan. 8 tracks, if they're still around. Cassettes, you know, we did a lot of recordings on cassettes, but those things wear out. And now that, you know, we can put them on more modern digitization formats, but then those will wear out too. So, you know, if we want to preserve this knowledge, we have to keep on top of the technology so we can do it. And that technology can record our history, help us preserve it, help us empower ourselves, help us heal from this trauma that we've been through and we continue to face, and even to, you know, live up to the AIM motto. You know, we're here for Indian people. We're willing to put our lives on the line for it if need be. So these things are, I think, are all important to our cause. And it's, you know, over the years I've worked with Pat. We've been through a lot of work together, repatriation. Went up to our Rickarell homelands one time with the bundles to talk about that. And that's still an ongoing issue too, about what we're going to do with those bundles, I think, that are in these museums. And they can be repatriated if they're not too contaminated. But what are we going to do with them, though? That's the big issue, you know, is what are we going to do with them, and how can we use them? How can we honor ourselves, those bundles, our ancestors, and future generations? So, you know, we think in the past, we think in the present, and we try to think into the future about what we're doing. So I think it's all important, but we need more people to engage with us. You know, this funding runs out for the project August 31st, but we'll probably have to get an extension because we have unspent money. But we would like to, I'd like to think of the one way we continue this is through volunteers. You know, volunteer our time to do this and help learn the Makutu, learn to upload things, learn to scan digitized documents, download them on our server. We're still working to get a server, and like I said, it's tough sometimes working with the Pawnee Nation. I wish that self-determinants would make things a little easier for us contractors who are not considered employees, and they don't sometimes want to work with us in that respect. But you know, we plug away. We have to get this server, and that way we can link it to all these computers everywhere. You won't have to come in here to do your research. You can do it from your homes if you have internet access. So that next important hurdle is getting that server in place, because we're ready to download hundreds of documents onto there. We just have to have that server in place. Yeah, when I get done. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You'll be perfect to hear that. Yeah, and Denise has really been a great help to our program. We're a staff of 3. I was pretty much a staff of 1 when we started off. Lindsay was part-time. So it took a lot of time, a lot of effort, and really drained me for a while. But and I get drained and I rejuvenate, get drained again. So I'm energized by this, by all the power, all the commitment I heard in this room again today. So it's good we do this. And I heard talk that someone wants to make this like an annual event. Well, why not make it a 4-time-a-year event, something like that? You know, record these stories, because not everybody can be here. And the younger generations, you know, you've got your stories to tell as well. These just aren't stories for old people, like some of us here, kind of on the older side. But you know, life goes on, and we have to have people who are going to step up and help us with this project. So, so next steps, you know, one is interviews. You know, we want to interview veterans, we want to view elders, we want to view young people. Kudu, who's here, Idadi, Herb said that he's going to let us interview him. Some of the other people, I've got names down. So, you know, if you'd like, we've got the sign-up sheet here. Vanna White, my assistant. So keep that in mind. And it doesn't have to be anytime, you know, this next few days, but we'll be back. I think we may try to plan a Mukatu session in August, something like that, where we can just go over our online portal and share that with everyone, and it'll be further developed by then. It's a lot of work doing all this because we have to create metadata, you have to scan it, you have to locate things, you have to kind of contextualize it, you have to summarize it. So we're trying to make it user-friendly, this whole project, and there's a lot of work, so many documents out there. And I think Denise is the nephew, to borrow from someone's joke, may want to say something.
Just a little bit. So, don't leave. Well, see, I just started this, and I'm doing the metadata. You know, he mentioned George Bird Grinnell, and all those files from the OU, and there are literally written in hand, by hand, old journals, you know, and I have to, in cursive writing, and I go in, and I try to read that. You know, I look at it a long time. Finally, the words will come, you know, to what they're saying. And there's some really interesting stories that Grinnell wrote about the Pawnee. For one example, there's this funny story about Comanche chief. And there was this Pawnee, you know, how Pawnees like to go steal horses, you know, and the best horses would be up by the teepee. So he would go up to this teepee, and he's looking in, he see this real pretty lady in there, little young lady. And so he leaves, he gets the horses, he leaves. For a year, he starts gathering up trinkets and real shiny things, pretty things. Next year, he goes back to that teepee, or that place, and he lays out all those trinkets down in front of that little lady he likes, and he takes her blanket and puts on him, and he puts his blanket on her, and she wakes up and she screams, and her dad's there, and he's saying, "What are you doing?" He wakes up and see, you know, Pawnee in a enemy's camp there with his daughter's blanket on, and he starts laughing, and he rolls a smoke, and he smokes with him. You know, he becomes friends, and he lets him marry the daughter, and he goes along and lives with the Comanches. They even make him a chief, and they start calling, and then they had to go back to Pawnee because the food was getting rough or something there, and they went back, and the Pawnees made fun of him, called him Comanche chief, because the Comanches called him, you know, Comanche chief. He became a chief with them, and those are kind of stories. And if you got time for one more scary story. Okay.
Yeah, this is a good one. We were with Herb and Lindsay at the Autry Museum, and we were looking through documents, and there was this one story by, I think he's a Kickapoo, if I recall, talking about this Skeety woman that had married someone. And they said she was mean, and she even had whiskers like porcupine. So, you know, it's just some crazy stuff like that you come across sometimes that, you know, it's funny, and, you know, it was all told in good humor, I suppose, although if you're Skeety, you might not think so, especially a Skeety woman, hey. But, yeah, and Grinnell collected a lot of good stories. One by a guy called Comanche, or Rotting Moccasin, who went to join the Comanches because the Pawnees would not fight the whites. And this was in the 1840s. And then he went home with his Comanche wife up to Nebraska. And on the way back, he was killed by soldiers, U.S. soldiers, on the Santa Fe Trail around the Big Bend of the Arkansas. So, you know, there's a lot of stories like that you know, we've probably lost that oral tradition, but through the efforts of Grinnell and others, you know, they've been able to record those stories, and we can, you know, keep them alive with our people that way. So I think that's one of the joys and beauties of the work we're doing, is this history that we can tap into and keep alive and empower ourselves with it, preserve our culture.
And so that's what I do, and I write a little narrative, or a little table of context of what is in each story, so you can go and find it for yourself, research it. So do you want to hear the scary story that I read? Okay. So there's this little, okay, this little boy was born, and he started putting paint on his face, and all the elders and everyone said, oh, that's going to be a sign of a doctor. He's going to be a doctor. And so, but this other old Indian doctor, he got jealous. He got mad at him, and he thought the bad of him, and he put a curse on him. And that little boy grew up, and he walked out, and he felt so bad about himself. He couldn't get rid of that curse. He took his horse, and he sacrificed it facing the east. He put its legs under there and cut its back and walked off into the wilderness, and he was going to go ask the animals to help him. The Pawnees, they had real close relationship with the animals and spirits. And he come up to one animal. The animal said, oh, I don't know. That's really a tough curse you got there. He said, I'll go to another animal. It's like a beaver or, eagle, different animals, They finally had got to the fourth one to help him. The animal said, okay, well, we'll tell you is what we're going to do. He said, we'll go and we'll pray for you. And so they all prayed together. There's 4 animal spirits with that boy to pray to remove that curse. And they were smoking. And they're smoking that boy. The curse said, I felt like flesh came out of my mouth. And then those animal spirits, they said, well, now all that's left is the bones of the baby. They were eating a baby. The animals said they're eating that baby. And that's why we can't live with you on the plains, because that's our nature. We'll eat you. We'll kill you. So anyway, after that, they said, okay, we'll eat the bones. And then they told that boy, go back to your people. And when you go back there, you do what I say. You go to this and smoke with him. Tell him that you're coming. So he goes back home, and all the villagers are happy to see him, and they tell that man that put that curse on him that he's coming. So he goes over there and he smokes with him and talks with him all night and everything. And when it got sunrise, he said, well, I got to go do things. And that boy that walked back, he went out to the river and he blew that smoke in the river, and it turned to blood, and the animals thanked him for feeding them. And the other people in the tribe had said, well, let's go see what happened to that man. And he went into this teepee, and he was laying there dead. He was hollow. He didn't have no bones in him. He was dead. He was hollow. So that's why you don't want to use bad medicine, but curse on people. But anyway, that's just the one story. They're just like notes, and it's all in those old writings of Grinnell, all these stories about the Pawnee, and how this one boy, he was gambling. He was always gambling. His dad told him, don't do that, don't do that. And then he ended up losing all his money and everything, and they were really sad, needed help that time. So he got banned. His dad told him, go on, walk. He walked off, and that wind, it saw him, and he said, I'll help you. I've been watching you. And that boy walked and walked over hills and hills till he came to the edge of the earth where it meets the sky and the water. And there's a lady there that gave him a gift, a corn, to take back to his people. And that's how the Pawnee got their corn. Thank you all for your time. And we got a library tour.
Huh? Marks, questions? Huh? George Grinnell? Mm-hmm. James, they're asking a history question.
George Grinnell, he was a New York City, sort of like an ethnologist, anthropologist, something like that, a geologist who came out onto the plains in around 1870, and then he was with some Pawnee scouts were escorting that group, so that's where he had his first contact with Pawnees, and he wrote about that. And then he came back to Pawnee and went on a buffalo hunt in 1872 with the Pawnees, so he became familiar with the Pawnees that way. And then he came back to Pawnee in 1889 and interviewed a lot of Pawnees. And he wrote a lot of materials on Pawnees. And he collected a lot of materials that were not published. So that's the joy of this collection, is that a lot of it is not published. So, Grinnell, he was one of those people at the time who thought that white people were superior, Indians were inferior, like most of them did. But still, though, he took an interest in our culture, recorded those stories, and I think that we can benefit from those today.
Do we have access to the books that haven't, or whatever's been written? Do we have any access to writing that hasn't been published?
Well, that's going to be the joy of our server. Once we get, we'll put those on there so people can look at them that way. Yeah, but a lot of those stories in the book of Pawnee hero stories and folk tale, but not all of them. Yeah, and I think we have that book up in the library, don't we? The Grinnell book, Pawnee hero stories. I didn't see it yet. Yeah. Yeah, Comanche Chief, yeah. So a lot of those stories, like the Rotten Moccasin story, didn't make it into that book. But so he only actually published a small number of the interviews. So there's a lot that we're getting that I think you'll find really interesting. Yeah.
Is the library, do we have access to the library?
Herb, there's a question for you about the library. When's access going to be available? Something we got to work out with you, huh? Soon. Forthcoming.
What we're thinking about doing for the library is like setting up by appointment. So that's one way.
Yeah, we're still working on it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.